All right, lads. I'll give you Blackbeard's honest opinion. You ask me, can this new captain promise you a life of prizes, plunder, and adventure? Aye. For amongst all the gentlemen of fortune sailing these West Indies, he ranks amongst the most clever. There was a time when I thought myself the deadliest scourge of these seas. But this man is a fearsome dog that feeds off trouble and turmoil. I seen him clear the deck of a Spanish galleon like it were nothing. Fighting like a devil, dressed as a man. And he's a canny one. Knows his way round every crag and crevice of these islands. So if it's fortune and adventure you seek, then Captain Edward Kenway's your man. Only, don't meddle in his private affairs. For there's more mystery to that man than even I dare ask.
Hello and welcome to another stream of Assassin's Creed Black Flag, continuing Phase 6 with a story-focused playthrough as part of celebrating the game's 10th anniversary. Waffle, dude! Hey there, man. Thank you so very much for the 46 months in a row, 2 months away from 4 years. What's poppin'? That is crazy to think. That is awesome. Thank you so much for that, dude. Yeah, 2 months away from 4 years. Oh, that's okay about the timing. That's no worries. We're just getting started, so that's all good. But you know, no time is a bad time for subscribing. Yeah, things are going good. Yeah, I can't believe another year is almost finished. It's crazy how quickly time is going. How's things been going with you? I hope things have been going good. Thank you so very much for that, Waffle. That's muchly appreciated, dude. Some things that I did between last stream and this stream was I just went and got the upgrades that I wanted for the Jackdaw. So I've gotten everything upgraded that I want to get upgraded for it, which will definitely mean I don't have to worry for the rest of the playthrough about grinding to get any resources for upgrading the ship. So we've gotten the hull armor up to that, broadside cannons up to that. Essentially, we're up to the point with every upgrade where the only upgrade I have left for each one is the last one. But you need the elite plans for that, and I'm not worried about that for this playthrough. Chase cannons fully upgraded, ram strength up to that, round shot strength up to that, chain shot strength fully upgraded, mortar up to that, swivel strength up to that, heavy shot up to that, and fire barrel strength to that, and diving bell. So yeah. Waffle, all is well. You lost your job due to slowing down, but went back to your old job, and you're doing much better now. Well, I'm sorry to hear that you lost that other job, Waffle. It's so good, though, that you're able to go back to your old job and get back on your feet. So that's awesome. That's the thing, when things like that happen, it's good to have somewhere that you can go back to, something else that you can jump into as well. So I'm glad that you're able to find your old job and that you're able to be re-employed there as well. That's awesome. Let's get Edward to pick this up. At the end of the last stream, I did the 2 Templar hunt missions that are related to assassins that we actually meet in the main story later. There's actually 4 in total. There's Rona Dinsmore and there's Anto. Those 2 actually turn up in the main story later. However, the other 2 that you can do Templar hunt missions for, they don't appear in the story later, in the main narrative. And those ones are Opia Apito and Upton Travers. He's one of the brothers. His brother wants to actually become a Templar and kill his own brother and all that kind of stuff. So that's what I did at the end of the last stream. Did Anto and Rona Dinsmore's Templar hunt missions. And I had a look at the VOD because I couldn't remember if I had checked present day stuff after finishing the most recent sequence, and it turns out that I had done. So at the start of this stream, I can jump straight into the next part of the main story, which is sequence 8 of the story. Well, Fool, you're just happy they brought you back. They didn't even question it, which means a lot. This visit will be short-lived, unfortunately. You need to rest. That is completely fine, Waffle. Doesn't matter if it's a short stay or a long one, whether it's been a short time or a long time. You're definitely always welcome, you know, in chat, and it's always good to see you. And it's awesome that they did, you know, because I guess, you know, sometimes you just don't know because there might not be any positions available. You know, it might be a thing where they'd be happy to have you back, but there might not be any positions that they have that they can give you. But when they actually do, and they're happy to have you back, it's just, it'd be a great feeling as well. Got all those upgraded to what I want.
Alas, abundance is such things one cannot ever keep.
Kingston is where we need to go. I'll do a recap of the story before we jump into it, though. Was it Kingston? No, it wasn't Kingston. It was up here. So scratch that. I'll fast travel here, so I'll be close enough, and then do the recap when we get close to the mission marker. Well, for what's neat is they brought you back and 3 weeks later gave you a 2.25 hour... Oh, that's cool that they gave you a raise as well. Oh, yeah. That would have been really cool to have happen as well. That's great.
Crowd on all the sail we have.
Some people might think, oh, that's not much of an increase, but every single amount of money that you have can definitely count towards things. And sometimes that 225 could be the difference between being able to afford something that's really needed versus not being able to. That's huge. That's 4,000 a year. Yeah, man. That's the thing too. Taking the wider view, you know. I mean, it's very easy to just get caught in, oh, this is what I get just per week or per fortnight or per month. But if you look at the wider view and you think to yourself, this is actually how much in total I'm earning, you know, for a year. It allows you to put things into a better perspective as well. I mean, I've been there too, you know, like thinking, oh, you know, just get this per week or whatnot. Basically paid your rent for free, lol. Oh, cool. That's awesome, dude. That's definitely a big bonus as well. You don't have to worry about that side of things, which is always good. Gives you peace of mind and also means that you're not stressing over things that, you know, can be very stressful, especially if you're struggling. Alright, so we're almost, here we go. Okay, so let's recap what happened in the previous sequence. Last sequence recap, Sequence 7, the British Invasion, in which the Templar and now Governor Woodes Rogers arrived in Nassau with the Commodore Peter Chamberlain, with the aim of scrubbing the city of its piratical influence, and in response, it was thence that Benjamin Hornigold did take the pardon, graciously, and fell under the sway of the charismatic Rogers. And by contrast, here did Edward Kenway, Charles Vane, and Calico Jack Rackham resolve to take flight, leaving denizens like the Irish Anne Bonny to live once more under the British yoke. And it was here that the Commodore Chamberlain, no friend of the Templar Rogers, did concoct an order to sink all pirate ships in Nassau's harbour, yet was prevented by our hero's blade from issuing such order, whereupon the remaining pirates did ignite a fire ship which, when sent at the British blockade, exploded with so great a fury as to allow our hero an escape. And can I read the memory of Sequence 8 that we're going to yet? I can't. Alright. So, there will be points, for those who might be new to the playthrough. No music on purpose. I want the dialogue to be more prominent, and I will be pausing cutscenes using the PlayStation 5's screenshot mode function. If you press a button on the controller, it brings up menus for taking screenshots and some other options. And when that happens, it actually pauses the game's cutscenes. So I can actually pause the scenes like I'm watching a video and freeze framing. So I can do that, and I talk about certain things in the story and the characters and what's going on. Sometimes I'll talk about what's already happened. Sometimes I'll also talk about what's going to happen even before we get to that point in the story, just to make aware all the connections and how one aspect of the story might evolve from where you first encounter it to when you finally see its final endpoint. And if you see the game freezing, it's not actually a glitch. It's not the game. It's not my console. It's not Twitch. It's just me actually making the cutscene pause. I wanted to do it because it prevents me from having to keep on going to this screen every time I want to talk. And it also helps too because I might be talking about a certain character and having them on screen while I'm talking about them, especially too if I'm pointing out like a facial expression, things like that. It's always good to have the image of the thing that you're talking about actually up on the screen, as opposed to just a screen separate from that has no relation to it and all that kind of stuff. So yeah, if the game pauses, it's just me making the cutscene pause on purpose to talk about stuff. Well, alright homie, I'll catch up with you later. Good talking to you, and happy holidays if I don't talk to you and you practice them. Much love, my guy. Thank you so much for being here, and it was good to see you in chat again, Waffle. And same to you. I hope that everything goes well, that you have a safe time and a good fun time as well. Hope it all goes well if I don't talk to you before then. Hope you have a great holiday season, and catch you next time, dude. Thanks again for the support, and not just the subscribing, but also all your support, being a follower and chatting and all that good stuff. So thank you so much, Waffle. You take care of yourself, dude, and catch you again next time. Interesting. Sometimes there's dialogue that is tied to the music for some reason. Alright, now that I know that it's going to put me there, let's just put the music on for a little bit. No worries at all, Waffle. Catch you later, dude. Oh, that's right. That's a glitch. For some reason, there's no dialogue there. I thought it might have been a situation where some dialogue was tied to the music volume. Hey there, Code. Morning to you. Installed Andromeda and got hit with a bug that sets constant head bob. Nearly painted your monitors. Oh, just what you don't need. Bloody hell. Is that a bug that you've encountered before in that game?
A great disappointment you are, Thatch. His mind's made up to stay, he says. It's a sodding. And hang all of you lot that follow this sorry bastard into obscurity.
The man's a prick. I know you're come to call me home, Kenway. And your faith in me is kind. But with Nassau done in, I feel I'm finished.
I'm not of the same mind, mate. But I won't begrudge you the state of yours.
I love that answer there that Edward gives. Code, apparently it happens randomly, does it? Oh, great. I like that line that Edward says there. It's also a respectful interaction too, as opposed to the interaction that Charles Vane had with Blackbeard. Whereas Charles Vane is like, fuck you, man. You're not a pirate anymore. If you're going to do this, you're giving up on us, all this kind of stuff. Whereas Edward's like, look, I don't agree with you, Blackbeard, but, it's your decision, and, I'm still going to be your friend. I'm still going to support you, kind of thing. And Blackbeard at this point, I don't know how old he actually is specifically, but in this day and age, I imagine living to an old age was not a common kind of occurrence necessarily. Not to say that, only 10 old people existed each year or something. Or something like that. But anyway, Blackbeard is definitely getting up there in age, and he wanted to retire, especially with Nassau done in, but also this whole thing with the pirates and, the pardon and all this kind of stuff. But, Charles Vane is being true to his character, of course. And Edward's been true to his character. He's always had respect for Blackbeard. And Blackbeard is one of those characters that Edward thinks fondly of, and his death is the first major death that Edward experiences, which shakes him. Not enough to deter him from his course of wanting to get riches. That'll come later, but it does shake him to lose Blackbeard. He definitely feels that loss, and there's a great moment that I'm hoping to be able to freeze frame on perfectly that shows the expression that he has on his face. But yeah, this is the mission where Blackbeard is going to end up getting killed. And this sequence is quite bitter. It's very exciting, like the explosions happening at the end and chasing, and the music is amazing. The music's off for this phase, but the music is amazing in that last part. So yeah, Blackbeard is retiring. Charles Vane isn't too happy that he wants to stick to that. Edward doesn't agree with Blackbeard wanting to do it, but he's not going to be having any hard feelings towards him for actually making that decision.
You still looking for that sage fellow?
Aye.
Taking a prize a month back, I heard a man named Roberts was working a slave ship called the Princess. Might want to see about it.
The Princess. Cheers, Thatch.
Well, don't sit there like a barrel of wet fish. We're celebrating my retirement!
I've sort of cut off his laughing a little bit, but it's a great moment, a final sort of moment between the two characters, because after this point, Edward's not going to see Blackbeard in this kind of relaxed and jovial situation. Hey there, Stan. Welcome on in. That face would make a good emote. You know what? That definitely would. Yeah, I could see that. Blackbeard laughing. How's it going, Stan? Welcome on in.
Uncork this man's breakfast!
Save us a few bottles, eh?
If I was the man, I wouldn't even give up. My dear fellow, can I help you? He's got the little sheep. Well, that I
Ever had the pleasure
if I
of two
was
vixens
the
in
man,
your
I
den?
wouldn't even give up. I said.
What timing for where Edward was standing and what the animation of that woman was doing.
Hello, lads. Lieutenant, you out here?
What? Stay here. Shoot anything that moves. What's the news?
There was a deserter among them who recalled my face.
Oh my god. Reload checkpoint.
Coward! Get back here!
There was a deserter among them who recalled my face. I sliced into his gullet before any word left his lips.
Anybody see you?
Don't think so, sir. Don't think so, sir. But I reckon Kenway suspects something. He don't miss much.
Tell me about the beach.
A fair gathering, sir. Most too drunk to stand.
That will suit our purpose. Tell me about it.
This fucking...
Dead.
Trying to fucking listen to all the dialogue while not interrupting the eavesdrop. But all these little tiny little sliver of moments where the enemy is 10,000 fucking % aware of your movement and position straight away.
There was a deserter among them who recalled my face. I sliced into his gullet before any word left his lips.
Anybody see you?
Don't think so, sir. But I reckon Kenway suspects something. He don't miss much.
Tell me about the beach.
A fair gathering, sir. Most too drunk to stand.
That will suit our purpose. Tell me about Edward Teach. What sort of man is he?
It's Thatch, sir. At least that's what he calls himself. But he's a mad bugger, he is. Cracked as a glass teapot, sir.
Details, man. Stop talking in gibberish.
Well, sir, he likes his drink, for instance. Only he makes him queer. Takes the usual rum flip and fills it with half a weight of gunpowder to top it off.
Did I hear you were right? He drinks gunpowder?
Aye, sir. Just for show. And only last week he rounded up a score of his crew and bade us sit in the hold of his ship while he burnt off sulphur and other sickening minerals. We just sat there like it was one of a million pits of hell and nothing less ordinary.
Good God! What the hell for?
Like to test his crew is all. Tease out their fitness and what. Of course, it always turned out he was the fittest of the lot. Thought for a moment I'd die there. Bloody savages.
Have no fear, soldier. This will be the end of them. Come on. It's time. Quickly, send the signal. And remember always this day.
What the devil?
Where the hell is Kenway? Note the day, lads! Today we send the king's finest to their graves! Give me some speed!
Their firepowers! Roll the dogs out!
Crowd it all on! Fire!
Almost ready, sir! Awaiting your mark! Keep out of their heavy shot range!
Fire!
You will break us apart!
They're awfully close, sir!
Fire!
Taking a hit, Cap!
Reefing on top!
Ready to fire, sir! Look, Captain, the whole place shot down!
Fire!
Do we board her now, sir?
Loose and catch the wind!
Close the gallants and royals!
Loose all and trim sharp to the wind! Stunsails out!
Pull them down to hell, lads!
Danum dun shield!
We've knocked them on the heads! Except 3 or 4! Let's jump aboard! And cut them to pieces!
Keep right there!
Ah!
Hear the news?
I've got the clear shot! Bury the lot, boys! Take no go! I'll cleave you lengthwise, maggots! How you be doing, Edward, my lad? I'll not fall here today, bastards! Come at me! Can you fight free, lad? Can you make it clear? Here's the path to perdition!
Take the fight to them!
I have been hit!
He can't last! Watch your bloody head!
Kenway! Here! In a world without gold, we might have been heroes! But...
Gonna pause it here. Alright, so this look on Edward's face. This isn't the only game, but there's many games where characters don't need to say anything with their words to convey to the player or the audience what they're actually thinking. And this expression that Edward has here is a combination of things. Maybe not this exact frame, but his whole reaction in his face has so much stuff going on. Like, there's a sense of obviously shock at this happening. There's also this sense of realization that a friend of his is dead. Obviously, there's the horror of seeing his friend without a head, because Blackbeard got decapitated. So you got all these things going on, and in a way, you could say that it almost feels a bit unreal for Edward to see this, you know. And I imagine that people who have experienced war and have had friends that they were fighting alongside get killed in front of them, that this kind of reaction is true to that reality. And so Edward, in this moment, is losing someone that was his friend, someone he had a lot of respect for, but someone that he knew for a long time as well. And all this stuff is happening in this situation. And this is the first part of the story where we see Edward react in such a strong way to seeing something happening before him that is tragic or that is a terrible event. We've seen him react to the news that his crew was captured early in the story. But this is the first time that we see him reacting to losing someone that was very important to him. And this is one of many losses that the character actually undergoes along his character arc. So this moment is very, very sad, especially if you really like the character Blackbeard as well, because like Edward, you have spent some time with the character. Unfortunately, there isn't like a whole lot of stuff that you can do with Blackbeard outside of missions though, which would have been cool. It would have been cool if you could do like a hangout or something with him at the tavern, you know, and have these conversations that could happen, you know, things like that. But yeah, this is the first big loss that Edward experiences along his character arc. It's not enough to shake him off of his path of still wanting to go after the observatory and still wanting to become rich and all that kind of stuff. But it is one of those first major moments where he realizes that people close to him can die and that they're people that he, you know, is going to miss after they die. And that any sort of things that happened while they were still alive, with Blackbeard's case, of course, he's had a really good rapport and everything too. So it's not like their last interaction was an argument or a fight or they were at each other's throats or they're angry with each other, you know. And thinking back to that moment where Blackbeard's laughing, you know, and having a good time, that's the last time we see him in a relaxed situation, being able to have fun. And of course, in this moment, Edward is shocked and feeling all these different things. And this is one of my favorite missions in the game. It's just so well done. The spectacle of it, running to the ship, the excitement of all that, and then a little bit of the excitement of the fight, because the music that plays during that fight is very upbeat and kind of like actiony, but of course it goes very sort of like slower paced and all that kind of stuff. But for this story focus, I really wanted to be able to focus in on the dialogue and talk about the characters and the story, because I've done multiple playthroughs of this game with the music active anyway. Plus the earlier phases of this game, of this playthrough, one of them was listening to the music only. But yeah, this is a very, very important moment in Edward's life. The first major loss of someone that was close to him, but it won't be the first loss of such a type.
Devil curse me. Where's the jackdaw? What of Thatch, sir? Did he fall? Captain?
He drinks damnation.
Such a really well done moment. Hearing it without the music is interesting too, because they've done something to the sound effects to make it feel very eerie. And it's an interesting sort of like way to experience that last part, which I've never experienced it that way before, because usually I play it with all the sounds active, and the only other playthroughs I've done of this game where I've turned off one of the sounds is with sound effects and dialogue for the music only playthrough. So yeah, it's very interesting to experience this last part of this mission without the music and just with the sound effects. That's why I wasn't firing any shots and stuff, because I wanted to try and keep that kind of like ambience going. Plus the environment, like the clouds in the sky and being really overcast and all that kind of stuff, is very fitting. And that quote and how it's echoed, is just so effective as well.
Get the mainsails into the wind!
Once we do sequence 8, unless it's another situation where we get pulled out of the Animus automatically, I'll be exiting the Animus to see what new computers and stuff can be accessed. Of course, when we reach the point in the game's story in present day where they are putting employees into a separate section because of the hacking that's been going on, when we get to that point, there'll be way more areas to access and be able to get some more present day content. I'll also be doing Freedom Cry DLC and giving it the same treatment I've been giving the main story, where I'll talk about the story and the characters and pause cutscenes at moments where I want to talk about that kind of stuff. I don't know how it will go, because sometimes with games you don't know how much of the music is tied solely to the music volume, or how much dialogue is solely tied to the dialogue volume, or how much sound effects is actually tied to the sound effects volume. Because I've had games where I've been doing like music-only playthroughs where some of the dialogue still comes through, even if you just have the music only, and things like that. So with Freedom Cry, I think there was something that happened similar with doing music only when I did that phase of celebrating the game's 10th anniversary. So I don't know what is going to happen with the Freedom Cry DLC when I'm doing it with just the sound effects and dialogue. But if there's any moments that dialogue is actually tied to the music volume for whatever reason, then I'll just have to go into the options and turn the music back on just to hear that dialogue and then turn it off afterwards. Hey there, Sheila. Welcome on in. Happy Sunday to you as well. Thank you very much. It's going good. Yeah, we just lost Blackbeard. That's the part of the story that we're up to now. But it's going well otherwise, having a good one. How's things going with you? I hope you ended up getting a good rest after all that driving and moving furniture and stuff. That would have been good to finally get some sleep. First memory of sequence 8, of course, that we just did. Do not go gently. Edward sails to North Carolina to convince Blackbeard to return to the West Indies. Memory 2, Vainglorious Bastards. Edward and Charles Vane decide to search for a Royal African Company slave ship to get information about a vessel called the Princess Peach. Sheila, Blackbeard's death is your favorite mission. I don't blame you at all. It goes from being like celebrating, Blackbeard and Edward having a good time, to just spectacle of, explosions happening, chaos, and getting to the ship and boarding the ship and the fighting with Blackbeard, and how beautifully done the editing and the construction of that sequence is done with the cinematic, and that look on Edward's face. I was able to pause the game on that look of his face when I talked about some stuff. And then you've got the whole, thing escaping and the dialogue at the end. He drinks damnation and, in a world without gold, we might have been heroes, as well, that great line. And I remarked in this playthrough, just having the sound effects and dialogue only, how it's cool that the sound effects had certain things done to it in that moment. And it really, really added this kind of like eerie kind of feeling to it. Thank you for the lurk, Harbinger. The lurge.
Haul in the stunsails!
So Thatcher's been topped. Fuck's sake.
He was outnumbered. I couldn't reach him.
Oh man, how cool is this? When I'm doing this with the freeze framing, some stuff in the cutscene still actually keeps going. So if you look at the flickering of the candle, that's still moving. You can still see the smoke coming off that. In the background, you can see the light coming in, coming down. And yeah, this is really cool. That's the thing, like doing this. This wouldn't be possible if I didn't have the PlayStation 5. If I was streaming on the Xbox, I wouldn't be able to do this. But yeah, that's a great shot too. Sheila, you ended up playing AC2. You died 10 minutes in because you weren't paying attention as you jumped from a viewpoint, and then spent almost 6 hours to get to where you were and killed Emilio Estevez. Oh no. Oh man, that is just so frustrating when that happens. I definitely know what that feels like. I did a playthrough of Assassin's Creed Syndicate one time, and I had all these limits to what I could actually do in both what weapons and also like what skills and things like that. One of the rules I had was I wasn't allowed to use the grapple, and I got up to sequence 6, and it was inside the bank, and instinctually I pressed the button to use the grapple to get up off the ground quickly because there was an enemy coming. And my punishment for that playthrough was I had to restart the game all the way from the friggin' start again. So, of course, I had to redo the burrows again. And I finally managed to get back up to there. And it took, probably 6 or more hours as well. But just the frustration of knowing that, you got to do all this stuff again. And sometimes there's a lot of moments that, you can't skip cutscenes either, Oh, it was Sheila. Like, it was just, I just couldn't believe it. So for the rest of that playthrough, once I had to restart once, I made sure to keep my finger as far away from that button as possible, even in resting positions, because sometimes, like with a mouse, sometimes if I get too relaxed, it's very easy for my hand to actually press a button or finger to press a button without thinking, and things like that. Or sometimes you might be, like sometimes I'll be tapping the controller during a cutscene because I'm just, wanting to find some physical activity to do while I'm waiting for the cutscene to play, and might accidentally press the button to do stuff. But yeah, it was an interesting playthrough too, because the other rule was that I couldn't use Eagle Vision, which is when I first discovered that in the mission where you go to the Kenway Mansion, I don't know if you remember, but when you get to the mansion, you have to use Eagle Vision, and when you do, it goes into the cutscene out the front with Henry and Evie. But if you don't use Eagle Vision, you can still go into the building, but as soon as you get close enough to a certain spot inside the building, it'll automatically go into the cutscene and put you back outside the mansion again. And then when the cutscene's finished, you have to make your way back inside the building. So the only reason I found out that happens is because of that playthrough that I did where I wasn't able to use Eagle Vision as one of the rules. So this moment that I've paused on, I've always been trying to figure out the best way to describe this, so it might come off as a bit clumsy, but Edward holding his hand above the flame and with that look on his face, he's almost zoned out, right? But he's also concentrating. And in some ways, it's almost like him putting his hand that close to the flame is him sort of like, even if it's not consciously, and maybe I'm reading too much into it or applying something that isn't true. But what I always think of is how it seems like he's trying to feel something. It's almost like he's so shocked about what happened that he can't feel anything anymore, and he's just testing that. So he's putting his hand over something that is hot, something that can burn, But the other thing is too, maybe he can feel the heat, but he's not caring, because he's lost Blackbeard, someone that was close to him and someone that he is really affected by the death of, to the point where he doesn't care about pain of holding his hand over the flame. So I don't know which it is, but that's just the thought I've always had in this moment when he's doing that with the actual candle. And his conversation here with Charles Vane, like Charles Vane, when he was talking to Blackbeard before the attack, Charles Vane was basically like, screw you, Blackbeard, you're retiring from being a pirate, you're turning your back on us, so fuck you, basically. So his interaction with Blackbeard before Blackbeard died, or the last time he interacted with him, was a negative sort of interaction. And Charles Vane is, like, he's speaking very softly here, and he is displaying some kind of respect that he had for Blackbeard. Because the thing is, you can still argue with someone, but still have respect for them, And depending on how much rapport there is between the two people, the person that is being the person that is being aggressive, that they're being aggressive towards, might have a threshold where they'll accept that to a certain extent until it crosses a certain line. You know what I mean? I guess in some ways it's just like maybe Blackbeard, because Blackbeard calls him a prick, as his way of getting back at him for what he said to him, kind of thing. But in this moment, Charles Vane, in talking to Edward, he's very soft-spoken. He's paying respects to Blackbeard in what he's saying, but at the same time, he's still, criticizing him in a way, but not as strongly as he was, but he's still criticizing him for his decision to actually retire from being a pirate. So it's a delicate sort of balance kind of thing here as well. I guess it's like if someone passes away that, like they had their vices and they might not be vices you agreed with. And so you still have respect for them in their death, and you still are affected by their death, and you still feel sad. But at the same time, you're still, remembering the fact that, they might have been a great person, they might have been, very friendly, but when they drank too much, that's when they became, angry, and someone that you couldn't be around for too long. You know what I mean? So yeah, Blackbeard dying, we see how it affects Edward, and we see how it affects Charles Vane. And yeah, in this moment, like I said, I like to think that Edward is either just testing to see if he's still able to feel anything by having his hand above the flame, or he's just not caring about the pain sensation that he might be feeling, and that he's just, so focused and concentrated on the loss of Blackbeard, in that moment. Schiller, you're thinking about to do something with AC Syndicate, something to keep the Assassin Christmas alive. Oh, yeah. Yeah. Yeah, it's interesting, though, when you formulate those kinds of things, because you're trying to think of different angles to actually take things from as well. In some ways, it can be like a puzzle, because you're like, what if I do this? Oh, but if I do this, then this means I need to worry about this aspect. That's what I'm always thinking when I'm coming up with my challenges that I do for games. I'm thinking, okay, what is going to be enough of a challenge to not be easy, but not be too hard as to make it nearly impossible to actually get through, and keeping that balance and being like, right, I need to add some restriction here that doesn't allow me to go through things too easily, and that. Those rules are great to find out stuff like that. They really are. Yeah, sometimes you just don't find out stuff about a game until you decide to play it in a certain way with a certain focus. Like, there's so many times where I've just been exploring a game's environment because there's dialogue happening that I'm not really paying attention to, but normally I would. But in one moment, I'm just looking around and like, oh, I didn't realize that there's a character right in the background picking their nose, when this is happening. Just things that you might not normally notice because you're focused on something else, and that kind of stuff.
Devil damn the man, he was fierce, but his heart was divided.
It's hard to let go of the life you know best.
My own idiot father liked to brag about how he meant to purchase a ship of his own. I'll get a privateering contract, Charlie. Your old dad'll be a captain. Drowned in a whiskey bottle before he ever left shore.
So there's a moment there where we learn a bit about Charles Vane and his father as well. So his father was someone that talked about all these lofty goals, but ultimately wasn't able to achieve them. And in some ways, there's something similar about Edward, except not so much in the way of getting drunk. Not that Edward is, a conservative drinker or something. Not that I'm implying that or anything, but in terms of like his lofty goal of becoming rich. He's got all these aspirations and all these dreams of becoming rich, but ultimately, when he does get to that point, it's not exactly what he was hoping it would be and expecting it to be. And there's a moment later on when he's speaking to Adewale back at Tulum, where the assassin's hideout is. And, he talks about how, he's been going around not giving a tinker's curse for anyone else, kind of thing. And he's gotten all this stuff, but at the end, he's got no one left standing beside him that he loves, just he's reached that, but it's hollow, And there's probably plenty of real world examples. Like, there's probably been some people who become rich, yeah, but they've lost people along the way because of their pursuit. And them achieving that goal got them the goal, but at the cost of losing maybe, family and friends that they pushed away, because in their pursuit of getting rich or becoming successful, they did things which stepped on the toes of those people, or did things that rubbed them the wrong way, or did things that undermined the integrity of the relationship between the two people, But this moment where Charles Vane reveals a bit about his father is very interesting. It's good. It's good to hear a bit more about Charles Vane as a character. But there's definitely a connection that could be made between the story of his father being someone that had these lofty goals, but in the end didn't actually have the result that he was after. And in some ways, Edward is similar when he gets to the point where he's got all these riches and stuff, but he's lost all this other stuff along the way that he realizes at that point was more important.
Right, Kenway. I've been musing on this plan of yours. This observatory you're always going on about. How do we know it exists?
We find a slave ship called the Princess. Aboard should be a man called Roberts. He can lead us to it.
All them slavers work for the Royal African Company. Find one of their ships and start asking some questions.
There's something else I just thought of too. The whole concept of Blackbeard having the persona of, looking like a devil or something at a distance, having like flame shooting out from his head, the fact that he lit not sparklers, but I'll just call them that, around his, hat, and he would light them, and it would make it look like he was some hellish kind of thing with fire. And obviously, you can do an analogy between someone dying as their light has gone out, And so Edward Thatch, Blackbeard, being someone who would light things around his hat on fire and was a very sort of like fiery person, was a very passionate person. The fact that he's now dead and all that passion and fire is now put out, that candle in a way symbolizes a similar thing. That candle was burning so bright, but now, just like Blackbeard's life and how brightly he burned, its life is snuffed as well. Sheila, that is pointed out really well after the prison escape. Edward struggles to pay his rum and everyone he has feelings for is gone. That's true. And that, these are the kinds of things that, when you're doing a character like Edward, there's that balance because you've got some people aren't going to like the character. That goes with any character, You can't please everyone with every character that exists, There's people that will either love a character or they'll hate a character, and it doesn't matter what explanations the people who are for that character give. The person who's against that character may still feel the same way, and that's fine, and I think that's where a lot of people get undone when they're talking to people about these things, because they start to take it personally that the other person doesn't like the character. They take it that the other person is just being dumb for not accepting the explanation that they've given for why the character is actually a good character. It's the same with anything. You can take a product that you like, and you can say to someone, "This is a really good product," and they'll be like, "No, it's not." And you go, "Yeah, but they were very conscious about the environment when they made it." And it's like, well, that's good, but that doesn't mean that the product itself is going to be liked by everyone just based on that information. You know what I mean? So Edward and what he goes through, for some people, they might not have any sympathy for him at all, or any feelings of empathy towards his character. They'll be like, "No, you did this yourself. You deserve all the bad stuff that happens to you." And that's just a fact of life. It's like people who have people who support them and people who don't. So Edward, being someone that loses all these people, he's very lucky that he still has some of the people that are there. And it's not all losing them because of dying either. It's also losing them because they're not part of his life anymore. They've gone out of it. And that has had, an effect and all that kind of stuff. And because of what happened, he's drunk, he's reckless, he's careless, doesn't give a shit about anything, really. He's just in that really deep sort of like depression of, this is fucked, fuck this, I'm just going to get drunk, to dull the pain and all that kind of stuff. But yeah, that whole sequence after the prison escape, it's just like how surreal it is, but just, especially when you look around, and I will do this, of course, when we get to it, but if you actually look in the background around the whole area, there's very specific things that are happening. Some is based on Edward actually having seen the actual people involved. Others, it's just events that have happened that his imagination could fill in the blanks with. like Julian Ducasse and his torturing of assassins, right? We never see Julian Ducasse, and Edward never sees him torture any assassins. But Edward's imagination is able to conjure up this idea that to get the hidden blades that he's collected, the souvenirs, as he puts it, you know, it's understandable to think that some of that would have been torturing assassins, you know, just for the hell of it. Sometimes maybe for information, but for other times just to get some sadistic pleasure out of it, you know, those sorts of things. So we see a lot of stuff that's happening in that sequence, in that surreal dream, drunken stupor mixed with the eagle vision, because that's the other thing too that's interesting in the games that have the characters drunk, is how that affects their actual eagle vision and things like that, or their perception and the Isu DNA in their system, how that reacts to being drunk and all that kind of thing. You wish part of that prison escape was to find out about Stede Bonnet's death? Yeah, that's something that is a shame. I mean, it is good that you still get the knowledge of the fact that he's been killed, but if you trigger the alarm and all the enemies are going haywire, you're not going to hear the dialogue about it anyway. So some players might not have even discovered that he died at all until, you know, the final cutscene of the game, maybe. But yeah, that whole moment just now with Edward and turning or snuffing out the candle, you know, could be a what's the word I'm looking for? Allegory, maybe, to how Blackbeard was someone who was fierce and, you know, literally would light his hat, you know, with fire around it, but was also a very passionate person, and, you know, fire is often associated with passion, you know, symbolically and all that kind of stuff. Hey there, Brutus. Yeah, things are going really good, thank you. How's things going with you?
What's our course, Captain?
We're looking for slave ships. Any that work for the Royal African Company.
You don't mean to traffic human cargo now, do you?
No, Jesus, Ade. You know me better than that. We're only after information. Looking to find where the Princess docks in her spare time.
The Princess. A slave ship.
Aye. Blackbeard told me there's a good chance we'd find the Sage aboard her.
You're going great, Brutus. You love the weekends and only working 3.5 days next week. Then you get 17 days off. That is awesome. That's definitely something to look forward to, having that amount of time off. That's really, really cool. Glad to hear that you're going great. This moment between Adewale and Edward. It's interesting because, taking a wider view, the fact that Edward is only interested in this slave ship for the information that he can get from the captain on board about the princess ship that the Sage is on. Taking the wider view, it's a pretty greedy and pretty self-serving reason, right? And you have Adewale, of course, who is understandably questioning Edward's motives for this. And it might seem like a stretch for him to be saying that about Edward, and even though it's not Edward's intention to actually, you know, get the slaves off the ship and then sell them, you know, that kind of stuff. But still, Edward isn't saying anything like, oh yeah, I want to get the information, but we'll also make sure that the slaves are safe and that they get off the ship and that we can save them, you know. He doesn't say anything like that. In the Freedom Cry DLC, that's basically all that the game, that's what the DLC is about. You know, it's about the liberating of the slaves and Adewale being an assassin in that point in the story and doing all that and that kind of thing. You know, so it's definitely a situation where Edward is thinking more about the end goal still, and not about, hey, you know, we should be liberating this slave ship as well. You know, we shouldn't just be doing that as well. And you can understand why Adewale ultimately goes with the assassins. Not that he hates Edward and that he wants to see him fail, but he can't stand by Edward any longer as quartermaster and go on these sort of like, you know, errands and these sort of like missions and stuff like that as well. But yeah, charting Adewale's progression through this story is important as well, because he is a important member not only of the crew, but he's also an important character in Edward's life, but he's also an important character in his own right as well. And it's such a shame that Ubisoft wasted him after Freedom Cry by killing him off in Rogue. That has always really, really pissed me off from a narrative perspective, that they killed Adewale off, you know, because there was so much potential to have a full-fledged game with Adewale where we play as him. You know, I think that would have been the natural progression of things. You know, have him as a supporting character in this game, have him be the sole character focus, you know, as in the main character in the DLC, but then give him a fully fledged, full, you know, AAA game. So instead of saving him for that kind of game, they use him in Rogue and kill him off. You know, so I'm really, really annoyed at how they did that with the character. They basically took a great character and then pissed all over him by killing him. So that sounds awesome. For Edward, this is still Assassin's Creed. That is true. Exactly. You know, he's still got those goals of, you know, I need to get the money, I need to get the observatory, I need to get the sage. These are the things that I need to do. The means by which I do them don't have to be 100% on the narrow. You know what I mean? So there's still questionable things that Edward is doing as part of this. And yeah, this idea of going to this slave ship, but only wanting to interact with it to actually get the information, not to actually want to also save them as well, makes Edward a bit of a dick, you know, in this scenario. So it's understandable that Adewale would question him, and it's one of those other steps in Adewale's decision to ultimately decide, hey, you know, I've learned a lot as a pirate, but yeah, I just can't support you like this anymore, Edward, on these, you know, escapades and errands and all this kind of stuff. So he really, really finds the assassins as the people that he wants to follow in the footsteps of, and all that kind of stuff.
Stabs out! Let's get moving!
Loose topsails, gallants and royals!
Where's that bloody boy with Yoakum?
Captain, Vane's just sunk a merchant schooner.
Damn! Can't that animal stay the course we agreed to?
That's something that is similar to Blackbeard, how he opened fire on a British man of war, I think it was.
Larboard, Captain! Human Fluxton, Captain! Think he's breathing!
But yeah, Charles Vane is definitely a reckless pirate. Sort of like a loose cannon, in a way.
Not far now, Captain.
Man your sheets, Turner. Will Turner?
Don't sink that slaver ship, Kenway. There's hundreds of innocent men aboard.
I know.
At the very least, you could say Edward is, you know, definitely aware that there's slaves on the ship that could be in danger.
She spooked, Captain! The slaver ship is running!
Damn fool! I'll get us in close.
I guess too, even though we don't see it happen, I guess you could say that, you know, it's not like they just
Damn
left
that
us.
Captain Vane! He's unloading everything he has!
He'll sink it if he's not careful. We'll get closer.
Fire!
Because they may have, you know, made sure that they survived, like, you know, escaped.
Fire!
Something else to consider too in games when they don't always show you events happening.
Fire! Vane's dead in the water!
I'm taking us close.
Lay aboard, boys! Fast as you are! All clear, pull away!
Chase those bastards down, Kenway. I'll murder the men who sculled my ship.
Keep calm, mate. Remember what we're at.
If we time it right, we can use our fort to our advantage. We're ready, sir! Give me orders, sir! Fire! Fire!
On your mark, Captain!
Fire!
It's vulnerable there, Captain!
Grappling hooks away! Next to the prize!
We're going over. Find the captain.
Come at me, Roysters, you scurvy maggot brains!
Guns and steel answer louder than sticks and spittle, Vane.
I've more than enough of all that.
Just find the captain.
Take the fight to them! Keep them off our deck! I have a shot! ¡No hay de ninguna parte!
This captain claims the princess sails out of Kingston every few months.
Right. We'll set a course.
You made ash of my sails and rigging, jackanapes. You owe me a share.
Alright, so Vane, of course, is just like, fuck you. Now, what's about to happen is, while all this has been going on, Jack Rackham and the rest of the crew have actually been talking amongst themselves, and they've decided that he would be a better captain for the ship, and that they're going to mutiny against Charles Vane and Edward. And so this is where we see the separation of Charles Vane and Edward as allies about to begin. Because, of course, the animosity that Charles Vane feels towards Jack Rackham is strong, but he's also just as pissed off at Edward Kenway in the first place for being the one that convinced him to go along with his journey to get to the observatory and all this kind of stuff. So this moment might seem like coming out of nowhere. However, earlier in the story, when they were restricted to Nassau, and they had the missions where you had to get the pine pitch and like the gunpowder and all that kind of stuff. Before that whole thing started, when Charles Vane and Edward were talking to each other about what they wanted to do to escape from Nassau, they decided, Edward and Charles, to actually use Jack Rackham's ship without permission or anything, you know. So this is where karma has come to bite Charles Vane and Edward in the arse for what they did earlier in the story by taking Jack Rackham's ship and using it. So I wouldn't be surprised if Jack Rackham was pissed off at that and was looking for some way in the future to get back at Charles Vane and Edward. And here we have the opportunity where he can do that. So I like to think that one of the reasons why Jack Rackham wants to mutiny is to get back at Charles Vane and Edward for using his ship earlier without asking him as well. That's just something that I sort of like theorize. I'm not saying it's actually true. Darby McDevitt, who wrote the story, could just easily say, no, that was not any intention at all, which would be understandable and fine. But I just can't help but think that Jack Rackham would be wanting to get some kind of revenge against Charles Vane and Edward Thatch for taking his ship and using it earlier. And this was, probably the perfect opportunity to put that plan into action.
Damn it, Vane!
Oh, Charles, what a surly devil you are.
Don't fuck with me, Jack.
Oh, but it's my mandate to fuck with you, Charles.
Lads!
See, the boys and I had a bit of counsel while you were wasting time with this lot. And, well, they figured I'd be a fitter captain than you reckless dogs.
I'll cut you another cunt, Tracer!
This one I figure I might sell for a tenner down in Kingston, but with you two grog blossoms, I can't take any chances.
You regret this day, Rackham.
I regret most of them already.
Damn it. I wasn't able to pause it before he started to say his dialogue. That's the thing with doing this process, is sometimes I'm trying to get a certain facial expression of a character and trying to find the right time to press the button, because it's not instant. There's like a little bit of a delay between when I press the button on the PlayStation controller before it actually pauses. Sometimes it's hard to make it pause in between the end of one character's word in their dialogue and the start of the next, or the end of one sentence that they're saying and the start of the next. So what I might do is reload the checkpoint once I've talked about what I want to talk about, because this cutscene's nearly over anyway, and then see the cutscene in full without me interrupting it. But, okay, so Rackham is, of course, going to trade, Adewale, which just shows how much of an arsehole he is. That he sees Adewale as just a slave, so he's got no worries about selling Adewale off, and we can see that he's not really that worried about any reprisals. Edward is going to survive the experience being shipwrecked on the island. Charles Vane does as well, so Rackham isn't entirely going to be off the hook for this. He will get his comeuppance for what he's done here as well. But for the moment, Jack Rackham is confident that he's not going to be seeing Edward or Charles Vane ever again, and that he can be, fine with that. And he's a character that already regrets a lot of stuff anyway. So for him, it's just another notch on his belt of regrets. So he's sort of like in a, not caring sort of thing about that aspect. But yeah, this situation here is definitely something that pisses off Edward and Charles Vane. And it's not just Jack Rackham that Charles Vane ends up being pissed at. It's also Edward as well. And we see that play out in the next sequence.
I'm up.
All right, let's reload the checkpoint, and then I won't talk over the cutscene or stop it. Well,
we're going over. Find the captain.
We'll have to do this again.
Come at me, roisters, you scurvy maggot brains!
Guns and steel aren't louder than sticks and spittle, Vane.
I've more than enough of all that.
Just find the captain. Clues up! Eat her sticks!
Hail off and reef! Reef, I say!
Oh, hang on, what am I doing? That's the friggin' ally ship.
Loose and trim too! All sail! Crowd it on!
Shorten sail! Get off the squall!
Here we go.
Stunsails out!
Douse all but mains!
Trim to! Fill
Yo! Heave-ho! Heave! Heave!
cut you!
Hey, soon have you kissing my anger, boy! We'll stand in the
Defend our decks for us! Defend our decks for us!
Up to your ancestors, then! Shoot the bastard! Soon to be Coral, you!
Victorious!
This captain claims the princess sails out of Kingston every few months.
All right. We'll set a course.
You made ash of my sails and rigging, jackanapes. You owe me a share.
Oh!
Damn it, Vane!
Oh, Charles, what a surly devil you are.
Don't fuck with me, Jack.
Oh, but it's my mandate to fuck with you, Charles.
Lads!
See, the boys and I had a bit of counsel while you were wasting time with this lot. And, well, they figured I'd be a fitter captain than you reckless dogs.
I'll cut you another cunt, Tracer!
Ooh. This one I figure I might sell for a tenner down in Kingston. But with you two grog blossoms, I can't take any chances.
You regret this day, Rackham.
I regret most of them already. Tie them up. Cast them off.
I'll gut you, Jack Rackham! I'll open you up, I'll tear out your organs, and string your bloody loot with them!
Stop your goddamn howling, Vane! There's no bloody use!
Well, well, the fearsome Edward Kenway speaks, eh? Pray tell us, Captain, how to quit this predicament. And tell us what genius you have for sailing a boat with no sails and no rudder.
Shut your gob!
I always like that line. What genius do you have for sailing a ship with no rudder? I also like the little humorous moment of the mast just falling down. In the movie RoboCop, the original, there's a another sort of like robot thing called Ed 209, and there's a part where RoboCop uses a grenade launcher and doesn't completely destroy Ed 209, but there's a little spinning thing that just spins, and then Ed 209 sort of like, you know, falls down like someone who's drunk. So I like it when they can add some kind of like humor and making something that's an inanimate object do something that could be, you know, an analogy of a human doing something, you know what I mean? But yeah, just the timing of that little bit breaking off of the mast. So yeah, Edward is definitely going to have a hard time with Vane, and this is where Vane just goes crazy. He just goes mental.
Keep still now. I'll take these oysters you've ordered.
There is some stuff that I want to actually talk about, but for this part here, I just want to get some of Vane's facial expressions freeze-framed. Sheila, you lurk. You're trying to get 2 to 3 hours of sleep. You listen via phone. Thank you so much for leaving the lurk, Sheila. And I hope that you get a good rest as well. And hopefully you get those 2 to 3 hours of sleep. Hey, you might even get the full 3. But thank you so much. I hope you have a good rest. So Charles Vane has quite a few funny expressions here. So they've been on this island for some time now. I think, and I'll probably be corrected by the game, but I think they're on this island for 2 months, maybe 3, something like that, which is a long time when you think about it, and the day-to-day of having to get food and everything. And so Edward is going around and getting the food, but Vane is like, fuck you, Edward. You got us in this situation, so I'm going to let you do all the work for finding the food, and then I'm just going to come along and take the food that you found. So that's essentially what's happening here. And Edward is still of sane mind, whereas Charles Vane has just gone balmy. And he's gotten to this sort of like survival of the fittest mode. And anything that can be done to survive, whether you're doing it on your own steam, as in you're doing the hunting for food, you know. But in Vane's case, his sort of like thing is, I'll do whatever I can to survive, even stealing off another person who's just trying to survive. You know, whereas Edward is more rational. Now, that's the interesting thing, too, when you think about it. So there's no rum, there's no alcohol anywhere like that. So from that perspective, when you think about it, in some ways, Vane might be going through what we know now as withdrawals, right? But back in this time period, I don't think that even the concept of having withdrawals from something was even a thing, you know what I mean? Whereas Edward is more easily able to go without drinking for a long time as well. And what's interesting is, to get him to this point, it's taken some event where he has not as much liberty as he once had, you know, for him to be able to operate in this way and be able to be like, right, you know, I can't drink, of course. There's no way to get alcohol here. There's no rum or anything like that. So I've just got to, you know, try and survive and hunt and all that kind of stuff. Earlier in the game, when he's pretending to be Duncan Walpole, the Templars are being given their rings for joining. So Julian Ducasse, Woodes Rogers, and Edward, pretending to be Duncan, receive their rings. And as Torres, the Grand Master, is giving out these rings, he's saying a certain set of like he's saying a certain number of things to each one as he gives out the rings. And when he actually gives the ring to Edward, he says something about, you know, guide all wayward minds to sober thought. And that's very indicative of the kind of character arc that Edward goes on, or has, in this game's story. And so if you take that into consideration in this moment, we have a situation where Edward is forced to not be wayward, and he was being wayward before in the idea of doing whatever he can to get the money and, you know, all that kind of stuff. But he's not wayward in this moment because he's actually focused, and his focus is on getting food and everything like that. And because there's no alcohol, he is of sober thought. So we get a little bit of a taste here, in a way, of what Edward is like when he's not being wayward and he's actually being sober as well. So Vane is gone balmy. Now, there could be any number of other reasons why he has, but I wouldn't be surprised if, taking a wider view at the fact that there's no rum or alcohol and, you know, pirates drinking a lot, not being able to drink would probably have this effect on some of them, like it would in real life for some people who, when they can't drink something, they get withdrawals from that. So that's what I assume Vane is partly going through as well. But at the same time, in his mind, he's clearly thinking. Because in his mind, Edward is to blame for all this, and so anything he can do against Edward, in his mind, is the right thing to do, regardless of whether or not it's something that should be done. You know, these two people should be working together to survive. Edward is trying to get Vane to see that, while Edward Edward's trying to get Vayne to see that, while Vayne doesn't even give a fuck. Because in his mind, Edward is the reason for all this shit. So if Edward was to die, Vayne would be like, he just got what was coming to him, you know?
You mad sap. This island's crawling with food if only you'd care to look for it.
I am looking, Louts. Found some just here.
Another great facial expression from Charles Vane.
Don't come following now. Do you hear?
Sorry, I know I'm cutting off dialogue, but I'm just trying to get the facial expressions. I'll reload the checkpoint to get this cutscene again before it finishes completely.
Me? Don't come looking for me.
So now he's sort of like going away. I can't help but think of Gollum from Lord of the Rings in a way. Because Gollum is someone that sort of like slinks away or is a bit sort of like crazy and all that kind of stuff.
Wretched.
I just love Edward's expression too. He's like, wretched fool. He's like, come on, man. You know, we're in this together. I know you hate me and all, but, you know, we need to work together in this.
Fool.
Alright, now I'll reload that cutscene without actually talking over it or stopping things or interrupting dialogue.
Keep still now. I'll take these oysters you've ordered.
You mad sap. This island's crawling with food if only you'd care to look for it.
I am looking, Louts. Found some just here. Don't come following now. Do you hear me? Don't come looking for me.
Wretched fool.
Alright. Marooned. Marooned and alone somewhere in the West Indies, Edward must survive Charles Vane's increasingly deadly antics.
Here's a health to the king and a lasting peace. To faction and to wealth increase. Come, let us drink it while we have breath. For there's no drinking after death. And he that will his health deny, down among the dead men, down among the dead men, down, 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 down. Down among the dead men, let him lie.
That's a song that you can hear in the taverns. There was one playthrough when Charles Vane is first introduced in the story where that song was actually playing. And because I hadn't paid attention to the fact that that song was playing there before that point, I assumed that that song always played when he actually appeared in the story at that moment. But then in another playthrough, because I was listening out for the song in the background that is being sung when Charles Vane is first introduced, and it wasn't that song, then I knew it wasn't something that they had programmed on purpose. But it is interesting that they could have given him any of the other songs to sing. They could have given him a song to sing that we don't hear anywhere else in the game as well. But in any case, it's a very fitting song for him to be singing as well. Down among the dead men, things like that. And maybe there's some part of Vane that believes he's not going to survive this situation, that he's going to die here. So him singing that song in some ways might be him, or a part of him, coming to terms with the fact that he's going to be down among the dead men. Brutus reminds you of Motorhead. Does it really? Of Motorhead? Yeah, I've heard of them, but I don't think I've heard much of their songs. It'd be cool to hear renditions of that Down Among the Dead Men song.
Go dance with the fishermen and their dories, Kenway! This island's mine! Come at me, and I'll cap you, bastard! It was your bloody imagination that landed us here, Kenway! I'll be damned if I let that mind make one more decision for me!
Will you not talk to me, Vane? Are you fixed on this madness?
Madness? Nothing mad about a man fighting to survive, is there?
I mean you no harm, you corker. Now let's work this out like gentlemen.
Oh, God! I've got a bleeding headache on account of your jabbering. Now stay back and let me live in peace.
I would if you stopped filching the food I gather and the water I find.
I'll stop nothing till you paid me back in blood. You was the reason we were out looking for slavers, and you was the reason Jack Rackham took my crew.
So there we go. Vane expressing to Edward how he feels about the whole situation, and that he blames him, and that it's Edward's lofty ideas and everything. Which, when you think about what Vane was telling Edward earlier about his father, and how his father had all these, big grand ideas about being a captain of a ship and, all that kind of stuff. But at the end, he ends up just dying before ever leaving shore, kind of thing. And Charles Vane has been a victim of Edward's lofty goals in wanting to find the observatory and get money and all that kind of stuff. So it's understandable that Vane blames Edward for all of this, and that in some ways he might be worried or something that he's going to be suffering the same fate that his father did. In the sense of, dying and having nothing to show for the lofty goals that his father had. Dying or being put in a situation because of someone else being like that.
Face me, man!
Hello, Spectrum. How's things going? Are you doing great? Oh, that's excellent, Spectrum. That's good. Glad to hear that. And as for me, I'm doing well. Enjoying my weekend. Currently up to the point in the story where Edward and another character, Charles Vane, had become shipwrecked. You made it through your first session at the dentist, getting fillings. Oh, that's good that you got that session done. Just one more session in a few weeks. Well, that's good. That'll be a relief when you have that final session done. And it's good that you can, have a few weeks break from that process before having to go through another session again.
I said not to follow!
Jesus, you've lost your head, man!
It's a fair exchange for finding these flintlocks and grenados.
Listen, Vane. We can hunt with those guns.
And I mean to!
Here we go, another great facial expression from Charles Vane. But yeah, Edward is still trying to reason with Charles Vane, but Charles Vane is beyond any kind of like reasoning now. He's just, you know, he's out to survive. He doesn't care about Edward. Edward saying that he's lost his sanity means nothing to Charles Vane, because in his eyes, what's more important is he has the means to survive, which is flintlocks and grenados to use against Edward.
Blow off some limbs! I'll blow you to hell! Not dead yet! Here! No escaping me!
Spectrum. Also, your cello lessons and physical therapy sessions are going well too. Oh, that's really good to hear as well. So with the cello lessons that you have, are there any kind of like levels of, I guess, learning that you're actually doing with that, or is it just a whole across the board sort of like lesson of different things? I guess what I'm getting at is like, is there any sort of like, you know, beginners level or intermediate level or professional level kind of to the lessons or stuff, or is it all just one big sort of thing, regardless of, you know, whether you're a beginner or not?
You and your bloody fairy stories got us into this mess, Kenway. And I'll be damned if I let you drag me into another.
You keep this up, and I'll have to kill you, Vane!
Bloody try, by all means.
Of course, Vane is very welcoming of the idea of Edward trying to kill him. So he's definitely not going to be worried. 4 levels: beginner, intermediate, performer, and top line. You're a beginner. Oh, cool. Well, that's awesome that you're learning those lessons, and that progression would be very satisfying as well when you go from one to the other. On the Spectrum, children usually go by year, like they'll say you're a year 8 cello player. Oh, okay, so that's how they sort of like do like a tier kind of like thing of it.
It's either you or me who's leaving this island alive, Welsher. Because I'm not going to sail again in a world cursed by your ugly mug. I'll flush you out! You can't hide, Kenway! Bloody rags will be all that's left of you, Kenway! You can't hide, Kenway! I'll blow you to hell! Blow off some limbs! Not dead yet! Here! No escaping me!
Okay, so his dialogue is looping. Spectrum, you've been playing off and on for 2 years, but more off than on, lol.
I'll flush you out!
But hey, at least you still have the interest in it, and that when you do pick it up again, that it's something that you are motivated to do.
I'll blow you to hell!
That's true, Spectrum, yeah. Yeah, I don't play an instrument. The only time I've really tried was during school. But outside of that, I never had any kind of like ambitions to learn to play an instrument or anything like that.
Not dead yet! Here!
You goddamn fucking knave, Vane!
Nancy boy, you only done half the fucking job.
Fucking hell. Is this my reward for believing the best about men? For thinking that a bilge rat like you could muster up some fucking sense once in a while? Maybe Hornigold was right. Maybe the world does need men of ambition to stop the likes of you from mucking it all up.
Alright, so I tried to catch it at the end of him saying his last word, because the next thing that gets said is by Vane. So the timing for this might not be 100% accurate in pausing this. But that dialogue, maybe Hornigold was right. Maybe the world does need men of ambition to keep the likes of you from mucking it all up. This right here isn't Edward committing himself to the Templar cause. It's just that because he knows a little bit more about the Templars now than he did earlier in his life, which was not knowing anything about them at all until he killed Duncan Walpole, and not learning anything about them at all until he actually went to meet with them. But by this point, he's seen enough of what the Templars are doing, and he's kind of just questioning and thinking. You know, he's not... And this is the thing, like, for some people, they consider the simple fact that someone actually contemplates something for a second as them committing to it, which is further from the truth. You know, like, sometimes we might look at something and go, you know what? I could actually see the point that that person was making. You know, maybe I shouldn't do this for this person. Have they ever really thanked me for actually doing anything for them in the past? But that doesn't mean you've committed to that. You might be thinking, actually no, I think I should still do what I can for this person because there's someone that I really, care for a lot. So Edward just even saying this is not him admitting that he actually wants to join the Templars. He's just contemplating and saying to Vane, maybe the Templars are actually the people we should be following, because maybe that path is the one that will prevent more people like you from being the way that you are. So Edward here is just sort of like questioning the Templar side. He doesn't commit to the Templars. He's not saying that he's going to join them in this moment or anything like that. He's just basically contemplating that aspect about the Templars and all that kind of stuff. But ultimately he joins the Assassins. So This is just a moment of him kind of like thinking and sort of being like, maybe Hornigold is right. Maybe this is the right thing to do. Maybe this is the people that we should follow, and all that kind of stuff. And Edward has been living his life as a pirate, and in a way he's been living the embodiment of the literal taking of the term everything is permitted, which is not supposed to be taken literally, because to take it literally is to say that there are no repercussions for doing anything. Because if everything is permitted literally, then surely people aren't going to be getting in trouble for doing the wrong thing. That's further from the truth. So everything is permitted is not supposed to be taken literally. If you take everything is permitted and apply it literally to things, you could apply it literally to Edward in the fact that he's a pirate going about doing what he pleases. And even he himself says, I like the sound of that. When Mary tells him about it, he likes the sound of that, doing as he pleases and all that kind of thing. Now, the Templars, of course, they want to prevent people from having any free will to do about anything. And while they might want people not to do certain things, which is understandable, there are also other things they don't want people to do. And the Templars want everyone to not be able to do all the things that they say they're not allowed to do. And also things that aren't inherently bad, but is the person expressing their own freedom of choice. But the Templars don't want people to have freedom of choice. So it's interesting with Edward here versus Charles Vane is that they're both pirates. In this situation, though, Edward is the one who's thinking clearly, whereas Charles Vane is the one who isn't. Edward is the one who is looking at different sides to things, whereas Charles Vane is locked into this idea that he is against Edward and that Edward must be stopped, and that it's either Edward that dies or he dies. But either way, he's not going to live the rest of his life knowing that Edward is even alive and existing. So that's where Vane is coming from. And Vane is going to say something to Edward to the effect of, or maybe you just don't have the stones to live with no regrets. And that's something that Vane expresses to Edward, which, in a way, Edward doesn't have any regrets, but that's going to be something that he will have as part of his character arc in the story. So Charles Vane is going to throw that at him as well. And this is where the two will part ways. Vane doesn't die. Edward doesn't kill him here. And they don't leave him on this island. But I don't think... I think they do leave him on the island. I just don't know the particulars and the details specifically about how they actually get him off the island or how he gets off the island. But he does actually survive. He does get found. He does get taken off this island. But he's still way far too gone mentally by that point, by everything that he's gone through as well. But Edward here is just contemplating, maybe the Templars are right. Maybe that's the way that things should be done. But he's not committing to that. He's just thinking about that as a thing. Just like you would if you're thinking the pros and cons of something. Just because you're thinking about the cons of something doesn't mean you've already decided that you're not going to go with it. There might be more pros than cons in the thing that you're contemplating, and ultimately you decide to go with doing it because there's more pros than cons. There's definitely a lot of moments in video games too where characters saying something has been taken literally when it's not supposed to be taken literally. It's just a observation that is being verbalized by the character themselves about particular angles to the same thing, and thinking about those different angles and thinking which is the best angle to look at something. And he's just saying, maybe the angle that the Templars look at things is the way to look at things.
Or maybe you just don't have the stones to live with no regrets.
Don't save me a spot in hell, Shanka. I ain't coming soon.
What luck. A ship is finally going past.
Stealing a fishing schooner single-handed. Damn canny, Captain.
As is taking back my brig from this pillock. Once again, I thank you both.
This Billy Huff didn't last 2 months with your ship before he came limping back to Nassau. Took the pardon straight away.
I had to, lads. That Rogers was onto me from the first.
Alright, so we find out that Jack Rackham ultimately ended up getting bitten in the arse for what he had done to Edward and Charles Vane. And he's decided to take the pardon overall that has been offered to all the pirates. And basically, they are to surrender themselves and their weapons to any sort of like British guard or soldier or anyone at any of their establishments, whether it's a fort or, you know, whatever. But also their money. So any money that they might have, they have to give that up too for their freedom. So they get to go back to England and be free, but without any money. Which, you know, they could thrive after that or die. So, you know, it wouldn't necessarily be a situation where every pirate who took the pardon would live a great life afterwards. You know, it's not like they're being given money to do it. They're actually having money taken off of them in exchange for their freedom and any weapons and stuff like that as well. So Jack Rackham has taken the pardon now. And I like how Mary is taunting Rackham a bit and, you know, ribbing him about, you know, he took the pardon straight away, you know, that kind of thing. And Rackham's like, you know, I had to, you know, that Woodes Rogers was onto me from the first. And now he's going to face some kind of punishment. I don't remember exactly what punishment he faces, but he's definitely not in a situation that's favorable for him at the moment with Jack Rackham.
Hold your tongue, Rackham.
So what now? Still chasing your elusive fortune?
Aye, and I'm close. I've heard the Sage is sailing out of Kingston on a ship called the Princess.
Put your ambition to better use, Kenway. Find the Sage with us.
I've no stomach for you and your mystics, Mary.
Alright, I'm going to reload this cutscene anyway to play it without interrupting. When I press the button on the controller to pause the cutscene, it doesn't happen instantly. There's a tiny little bit of a delay. And I'm also trying to pause it between the end of one character's word and the start of their next one as well, which can be kind of tricky to do with these sort of variables. But that moment there, Mary, of course, is has already revealed to Edward that she's actually a woman, but Jack Rackham and Adewale don't yet know that she actually is yet. So Edward here, he's saying her name, but he's saying it quietly. So he's still respecting her wishes for him not to let anyone know, because it's her right to decide when people should know and when they shouldn't. So Edward is still being respectful of her by not actually revealing it, but he's sort of like saying this as a kind of like, you know, like he's being criticized for his goal or for his objective, you know, and Edward is still at this point not seeing the assassins as any kind of like path to take. Nor is he actually going down the Templar path. He's still going down the path of, I want to get to the observatory, because if I have the observatory, I might be able to sell it for millions of reals. And then he's like, well, to get that, I need the Sage, you know, and that spurs him on for all this kind of stuff. But yeah, Edward is like, I don't have any time for your mystics or something like that. Mary, he just says that in a way. But he's saying it while still being respectful to not letting others know, because otherwise he would have just blurted it out loudly. But yeah, this is another moment where Mary is trying to appeal to Edward, to a side of Edward that she knows and recognizes is there, but Edward himself hasn't realized that that side of him is actually there yet. So this is another moment where she's trying to appeal to that aspect of Edward, the aspect that is a good quality, and all that kind of stuff. And she still has some kind of hope that Edward will actually join the assassins at some point. And Mary, as I've said countless times in this playthrough, is a very important character and is a representative of the assassins. And we see the assassins, of course, outside of Mary, but Mary is a character that's the closest to Edward. And so being as close to Edward as she is, and being an assassin, she's trying to impart lessons on Edward that the assassins follow, and that kind of stuff. So in a way, Mary is a bit of a mentor to Edward in that respect. And Edward eventually becomes an assassin. And partly one of the reasons why he does so is he realizes that the way that he's been doing things, in a way that is very much Templar-like, is not the way that he wants to do things anymore. And he sees the value in doing things differently. And also Mary's death is something that really, really affects him too, as well. And in this moment, he's a little bit annoyed at Mary because she's, talking about the assassins and stuff. But he's still just, on that journey of, I just want to get rich. I don't care for the assassins and the Templars. I just want to do what I can to get the money. And right now, that means finding the sage and then getting him to take me to the observatory, and then from that point can figure out how to make money off of it as well. So that's really his strong goal that he's still going after, even after losing Edward Thatch and even after being on the island for so long and all that kind of stuff. He's still got that goal in mind. But yeah, there's a lot of things about this game that are very much Assassin's Creed, that many people say, oh, it's not an Assassin's Creed game. And I'm like, it's not an Assassin's Creed game 100% in the traditional sense of what we had seen up until this point. But it is still an Assassin's Creed game nonetheless. We're just seeing it through the eyes and playing it through in the footsteps of someone who is not an assassin, someone who didn't even know that they existed. They're neither assassin nor Templar, but there's lessons that they're learning that are in line with the teachings of the assassins. And you have Mary being a representative to Edward of the assassins, being a mentor to him. And she still has this hope at this point in the story that he will become an assassin, that he will see sense and wake up to reality and all that kind of stuff. But Edward's not at that point yet where he's going to. And Mary is one of those characters that is like a catalyst for Edward becoming an assassin ultimately. Once we get to a certain point in this cutscene, I'm going to reload it so that any interruptions of character dialogue when they were starting to talk or finishing to talk is, so we can hear it in one big thing. But as I said, pressing the button on the controller to actually pause the cutscene, it doesn't instantly do it. So sometimes it's going to stop the scene on something that I don't want it to, like a facial expression I'm not meaning for it to be on or wanting it to be on, or maybe a character is starting to say something but gets cut off, or they're about to finish saying something and it gets cut off. But yeah, I'll reload the checkpoint before this cutscene ends so we can see it in full.
A taste of the good life. An easy life.
No one honest has an easy life, Edward. And it's aching for one that causes the most pain.
No one honest has an easy life, Edward, and it's aching for one that causes the most pain. So that line is very important because it applies to Edward so much. So Edward, in his pursuit of wanting to be rich, is essentially in many ways looking for the easy way out. And Mary saying that no one honest has an easy life is very apt, because even though Edward isn't entirely what you would call someone that has no redeeming qualities, he is someone that, in the pursuit of being rich, will do what he can, and we've already seen at the start of the story that he's willing to lie and be dishonest to do that. Now, obviously, he's lying and being dishonest to the Templars, which, for me, in that context, makes being a liar okay. But, generally speaking, he was being deceptive and not being honest. And where did not being honest get him? Well, if he was honest and told them that he wasn't Duncan Walpole, then they would have probably killed him or still done what they did after finding out, But Mary's line here and saying it to Edward, it definitely has a meaning, and it's aching for one that causes the most pain. And Edward is definitely, by the end of his journey, a character who has gone through a lot of pain, and the pain of losing people. So the pain of losing Blackbeard, the pain of losing Mary, the pain of losing his wife. These are things that will affect Edward, and they're things that it's a shame that he didn't realize earlier than the point in the story that he realizes. It's a shame that he didn't realize earlier than that the value of the people that were in his life and all that kind of stuff. And in many ways, that creates a lot of regrets as well. The regret of not being able to get to Blackbeard quicker, because he said earlier about how he couldn't get to him in time. The regret at, Mary being dead when she dies, and him not, in his mind, have been a good friend to her. Because later he says, she called me friend, but was I one to her in return, kind of thing. So he's got a regret about that. And then when he finds out his wife has died, he's got a regret about all the arguments that they had years before, and the fact that now, well, at that point, it'll be now, but the fact that his wife dies means that he'll never have the chance to actually return to England and return to his wife and actually prove and show her how much he's actually changed from what he was like before he actually left, and for quite a few years. So he would regret the fact that he didn't go back home earlier, and to be with her in her final days, and also be there for their daughter, and all that kind of stuff. And when you think about what Charles Vane said to Edward, or maybe you just don't have the stones to live with no regrets as well. But he's saying it from a perspective of, and in some ways this might be a positive thing. It depends on your own sort of way of looking at it, but it could be a positive thing to have regrets, because sometimes the things that people regret are the very thing that they need to regret in order to change themselves. And that's the kind of thing that Edward ends up doing as a result of a lot of stuff. He ends up wanting to change the way that he's been doing things, and to basically prove that he's changed and that he will be changing and all that kind of stuff. But Vane, when he says, maybe you don't have the stones to live with no regrets, is basically saying look, I live my life the way I see fit, and if I have regrets, I have regrets, but at least I'm living my life, So from Vane's perspective, Edward not wanting to live without any regrets is kind of like a thing where he's sort of like, maybe you're just afraid of that, whereas I'm not, kind of thing. But it's these very regrets that Edward will eventually have, and some that he already has at this point in the story, that spur him on to become an assassin. And so Mary, being an assassin and being close to Edward, her importance is more than just being a catalyst. Her importance is to be symbolically representing the assassins in many different situations as well. And she sees in Edward qualities that he doesn't see in himself yet, and that others might not see, but she sees them, and that's why she's not giving up on him, even though there's many points where she could have, and maybe from some people's perspective should have. But she's been, committed to trying her best to turn Edward away from the kind of things that he's doing. But there's the irony in that is because Mary obviously is a pirate herself. So Edward and Mary and all these characters who are pirates, they're on the same playing field in terms of like their quote-unquote profession, right? But the difference with Mary, of course, is her true profession is assassin. Her true calling is to be an assassin. But at the same time, she's still a pirate and still doing piratey things. And in that way, the game is also showcasing that you can be a pirate and be an assassin. You know, this idea that once you become an assassin, that's your whole identity, is something that is flawed as well. Because you can still be an assassin and still be a compassionate person. You can still be an assassin and still have empathy for people. You can still be an assassin and still feel sorry for people. Just because you're someone that assassinates people doesn't necessarily mean that you can't still have those sort of like, you know, qualities and things. And so Edward not being an assassin and being a pirate and wearing the assassin outfit, the fact that he's actually, you know, like, and wearing an assassin outfit, I should say, the fact that he's wearing an assassin outfit but isn't an assassin, in a way he's mocking the assassins, and the fact that he's still wearing an assassin's outfit, because he could have just decided not to wear that anymore, you know, after its usefulness had run out, the usefulness of being a way to convince the Templars that he was actually Duncan Walpole by wearing the assassin outfit, you know, and all that kind of stuff. So in a way, he's sort of like still mocking the assassins and their creed. And that's why he's not receptive to Mary and the things that she's trying to instill in him as an assassin as well. And I've said this before in a previous stream, there is more to being an assassin than the outfit and the hidden blade as a weapon. Some fans of the series get hung up on, oh, well, if they wear the assassin outfit, but they're not an assassin, then that means that it's not an Assassin's Creed game. It's like, well, not necessarily. There are some instances where I would definitely say that it's understandable to think that, i.e. Eivor in Assassin's Creed Valhalla. Because, spoiler alert, Eivor never becomes an assassin. Even after all the things that they go through, they still would rather be a Viking. And that's fine, you know. But that's a character that I could understand people being annoyed that they don't become an assassin, even though they're going around with a hidden blade. But also, when you take a look at characters like Edward, even though he's not actually an assassin, and even though he's using a hidden blade, there are still a lot of things in this game that are centric to the assassins and the Templars. We're just seeing it and experiencing it through the eyes of Edward. If this game were about Mary Read, we would be seeing everything from the perspective of an assassin who just so happens to be a pirate. But in this story, we're playing as someone who is a pirate who just so happens to be wearing the assassin's outfit and the hidden blade. But that's not what makes him an assassin. He hasn't committed to the cause. He hasn't joined their cause. So until he does, he's not actually an assassin. But we're seeing the perspective of someone who is new to this whole thing. And putting us in Edward's shoes is a good thing as well to keep things fresh. It gives a fresh perspective on the whole Assassin versus Templar thing as well. Because you've got to remember, this is the 6th game in the series by this point. In terms of like main entries, there were like handheld games and all that kind of stuff, but I'm talking purely about the main titles. So Assassin's Creed 1, Assassin's Creed 2, Assassin's Creed Brotherhood, Assassin's Creed Revelations, Assassin's Creed 3. So you had 5 games in a row that had you playing as an assassin. Obviously, in Assassin's Creed 3, for a few sequences you were playing as a Templar. But in Assassin's Creed 3, for the majority of the game, you were actually playing as an assassin. So we were seeing things from the perspective mainly of the assassins, with a little bit of being shown the perspective on things through the eyes of the Templar, i.e. Haytham, at the start of AC3. So this is the 6th main entry in the series. So having us play as a character who is a pirate, but not an assassin, who is a pirate and not an assassin, but wearing the assassin outfit and using the hidden blade, was just a fresh way to explore the concepts and tenets and what it means to be an assassin, but through the eyes of someone who isn't as well. And taking all that into consideration, and taking how strongly this story focuses on the Assassins and the Templars, that is why I will always say, this is an Assassin's Creed game, but you just so happen to be a pirate. It's still an Assassin's Creed game. It's just that you're playing as a pirate, and you're seeing things through the eyes of someone who's a pirate. But the key thing is that the Assassins and the Creed is represented and is a strong focus of this game, and it definitely is. When you look at the story and you break it down, and you actually look at the characters and their motivations and their perspectives, Mary being an assassin, and having these ideals as an assassin, following the nothing is true, everything is permitted, following the tenets of the Creed. Tenets of the Creed that Edward, not being an assassin, isn't bound to, but there's some things that he's done that go against the tenets of the Creed. Duncan Walpole was going against one of the tenets of the Creed, which was compromising the Order. And the way he was compromising it was by becoming a Templar and giving them information and giving them items that would give the Templars an advantage. Edward carried out his mission, not because he was against assassins, not because he was wanting to be a Templar, simply because this person on this island with, they have better clothes than I do. I'm killing them because they pissed me off, because they've shot at me. I tried to be cordial with them, tried to joke around with them, but they weren't going to take it, and then they shot at me. So I'm going to kill this guy. Oh, I'm wearing rags? He's wearing this outfit? I'll take the outfit off him. Oh, look, what's in the outfit? A letter. There's a map. There's a glass vial. What's this? Reads the letter. Finds out what the letter's about. Finds out what Duncan was doing. Edward's like, I could make some money off of this. And so on and so forth. So that was Edward's reasoning for getting the outfit. Not because he looked at the outfit and was like, I just killed an assassin. I'm going to wear this outfit to mock the assassins. That wasn't the reason why he killed Duncan Walpole, and that's not the reason why he took the outfit. I'm going to do this for money. He's not doing it to become a Templar. He's just doing it for money. So he carries out Duncan's mission to give these things to the Templars without actually being in the know about either side. All he sees is the dollar signs, the potential money to be had, and all that kind of stuff. And that falls in line really well with him being a pirate. And there's things that pirates do, some of which actually falls in line with what it means to be an assassin. What the tenets are about, and what the nothing is true, everything is permitted is about. And as I said before, Edward is living in a way that if he was an assassin, he would be taking the everything is permitted part literally, which is not how it's supposed to be taken. But if he was an assassin, and he was still going around doing this kind of thing, then he would definitely be taking that everything is permitted part literally as well. Whereas it's not supposed to be taken literally. It's just supposed to give you guidance and be like, right, if someone is to kill someone else, the repercussions of that are going to happen. You know, whether or not the person wants to or not, it doesn't mean that they're going to be free from it. It's not like an assassin can go up and kill an innocent person and then they get arrested and they say, oh, but, you know, I'm an assassin and everything is permitted. And then they're like, oh, in that case, that's okay then. Here, we'll set you free. You know, so there's all this stuff that happens in this story that is very assassin-focused, very assassin-centric. It's just that we're playing as a character who isn't an assassin. But that doesn't mean that it's any less of an Assassin's Creed game because of that. It's just a fresh way to tell the story. And there's so many things that are happening in the story that fall in line with the Assassins in the Creed and are lessons that can be learned and lessons that Edward is going to learn and, you know, things that are catalysts for him eventually becoming an assassin himself. We don't see the ceremony happen. We don't see him commit to being an assassin, but we do start to see Edward act in a way like an assassin is supposed to act, because he's He gets to a point where he's like, right, I can see that the assassins are the people that I want to go with. So I'm going to start my journey to becoming an assassin. And that's part of the story. And that is also another important aspect, is that Mary eventually gets through to Edward and is able to make him realize that the assassins, and Adewale as well. Adewale leaves Edward as quartermaster because he sees in the assassins the better way. And Adewale is also just as important of a character in this story, because he's also a character that isn't an assassin throughout the story, but he decides to become one because he's seen things that have made him go, I would actually prefer to be an assassin. And so he leaves the life of being a pirate, not completely though. The things that he learns as a pirate come in handy, and in the Freedom Cry DLC, Adewale actually mentions that. He doesn't regret being a pirate, because there's things that he learned in those days that have helped him. But he couldn't stand by any longer and follow Edward in his lofty goals and single-mindedness of do whatever you can to get rich. He just couldn't do that anymore. And so he sees in the assassins the opportunity to change things and all that kind of stuff. So there's so much stuff that goes on in this game story that's very focused on the assassins and the Creed that make me not view this as, it's just a pirate game with assassins in it. Because that's a very sort of like dismissive way to look at the story. Now, does that mean that everyone who thinks it's just a pirate game has to agree with me? Of course not. If you still think this is a pirate game, then that's fair enough. But I just feel that there's a lot of stuff in this game that points to it being just as much worthy of the title Assassin's Creed as the previous games to this were. Hey there, Star. Welcome on in. Hope it's going well. Spectrum, you can't imagine being an assassin. When you say Templar, you're reminded of the show called The Saint. The main character was Simon Templar, played by a young Roger Moore. I never actually saw that series, but it was interesting to find out that he had played that character before being cast as James Bond as well. I did see, though, the movie adaptation that they did years later with Val Kilmer playing the same character as well, but I never saw the actual original series with Roger Moore. And that's okay, Spectrum. Thank you so much for being here, and I hope that you recover well from your fillings that you had to get. Have a good one, and hope you have a good sleep. I'm going to reload this checkpoint so this cutscene can play out without me talking over it or without me pausing it and not being able to time it right so it's between people's words and things like that. You going good, Star? Oh, that's excellent. That's great to hear.
Stealing a fishing schooner single-handed. Damn canny, Captain.
As is taking back my brig from this pillock. Once again, I thank you both.
This Billy Huff didn't last 2 months with your ship before he came limping back to Nassau. Took the pardon straight away.
I had to, lads. That Rogers was onto me from the first.
Hold your tongue, Rackham.
So what now? Still chasing your elusive fortune?
Aye, and I'm close. I've heard the Sage is sailing out of Kingston on a ship called the Princess.
Put your ambition to better use, Kenway. Find the Sage with us.
I've no stomach for you and your mystics, Mary. I want a taste of the good life. An easy life.
No one honest has an easy life, Edward. And it's aching for one that causes the most pain. All right, Rackham. Back to retirement.
Oh, nice. Your husband made that dessert pavlova. Oh, cool. So, what do you think of it? Because I love that stuff. It's very delicious.
What do you be needing today, then?
Star, it's so sweet. Nothing but sugar and berries. Oh, that's good. I'm glad that you're enjoying it. And you're definitely right. You know, it's pretty much sugar and berries. Whatever kind of like, you know, fruits and stuff you want to cut up and put on top of it. But it wasn't bad. Oh, that's good. Yeah, it's good that it wasn't like something that made you lurch or, you know, anything like that.
My thanks for your trust, Captain.
That is sequence 8 finished. We're on to sequence 9. Before I continue though, we're going to exit the Animus just to see if there's any new computers that we can access, and also if there's any new NPC dialogues that might not have happened yet that I might be able to catalogue. Star, you had blackberries and raspberries. Oh, yum. That's cool. That's a really good combination. Alright, so no new computers can be accessed on this floor. I think after finishing sequence 9, we'll get pulled out of the Animus automatically. Maybe. Oh yeah, I just remembered there's something I want to do too. I want to check the security cameras to see if there's anything new that can be picked up by looking through them.
Networks straight into people's homes.
Alright, already heard that dialogue before. Alright. There's a security camera in here. Lobby camera. Not much has changed there. You would think that in a place like this, Abstergo Entertainment, you would think that the camera that they would want to, like, you'd think that they would want to put a camera there, overlooking this whole area here, and then one further down the line, covering the actual exits. Which there well and truly could be. But the reason I'm saying this is because you have two assassins, Sean and Rebecca, who have infiltrated Abstergo Entertainment, and there is some sort of like cameras and stuff around, yet they're still so easily able to infiltrate this place. And I always just love that, you know, because it's, in a way, it's showing how Abstergo, like, you could see it from two different perspectives. You could see it as a commentary on the fact that the Templars are so technologically advanced, yet two main assassins are able to infiltrate one of their offices. You could see it that way, and being like a bit of a tongue-in-cheek mocking of that. Or you could see it from the perspective of Abstergo doesn't really 100% care that much about Abstergo Entertainment beyond what things are discovered at Abstergo Entertainment that could be useful for the Templars as a whole. And so in some ways, you could see that maybe maybe Abstergo as a whole didn't really think there was much need to make Abstergo Entertainment a fortress in terms of like security and all that kind of stuff. Okay, so just trying to think, where was that other camera? It's over this way.
That's true.
Alright, so there's an archive that we can access for these cameras. Interesting. There wasn't before, I don't think.
We were able to keep a constant stream of 5 gigs a second.
Pierre handed in his notice this morning. This new security measure is freaking people out.
They won't let him go. It's part of our contract. Having ultra-high security clearance means you have to go through a whole debriefing process. It takes months.
Really? I had no idea.
Read the fine print, man. Working for Abstergo has its benefits, but there's some drawbacks, too. Big ones.
You were late again this morning. Hey, what's going on?
Il m'a hors de question. No, no, no.
What's with all these security notices I'm seeing lately?
Just a standard message we use on occasion. Nothing to worry about. We've just had some issues around the office lately.
Like server security issues? Because these notices seem pretty severe. Like draconian, actually.
No, it's nothing to worry about, really. Walk with me and I'll explain.
So there's been security breaches.
Hey there.
We'll get to the point in the story in present day where Abstergo Entertainment has become very aware of the hacking, to the point where they treat it as a serious threat. So they put all the employees into like a separate area of the building while their investigations are going on.
Hey, thanks for sharing the White Whale data with me. I was able to track it down myself.
No problem, man.
It's amazing, right? Yeah, I tracked it down as soon as I saw your message. Followed it for a while. Couldn't catch it, though.
Alright, so that's commentating on the fact that in this game, there would be social whale locations and social chest locations that you would come across. They spawn randomly, and it allowed you to let any friends of yours know where to find that same thing so they could go and get it. So that's the Abstergo employees talking about that aspect of the actual game that we're playing. So it seems like, in a tongue-in-cheek way, that kind of thing is an in-universe thing too, as much as it is just a video game thing for us as players. There's a camera I forgot to actually look at, so I'll have to go back into the elevator and go there.
Can you believe how beautiful this building is?
Alright, so there's no camera archive to check out for this camera. That's just Olivia Garneau's office. Before I jump back into the Animus, I'm going to have a look at the present-day characters' diary entries to see if there's any new entries by them.
Keep it to 3-hour sessions like the regulations say.
Alright, no new dialogue it seems from the NPCs. Alright, so we have a new entry for the character's diary. Alright, corporate pressure. Work diary week 3. An unsettling week, to say the least. I logged out and received a message to meet Melanie near the elevator. Together, we rode the elevator to Olivier's office, but he barred me from the meeting at the last minute. While waiting, John contacted me again. He asked me to help him recalibrate some security cameras. This resulted in me spying on Olivier's meeting with Melanie by accident. They were on the phone with a woman named Letitia, an Abstergo Entertainment executive by the sound of it. Letitia demanded that they intensify their search for the observatory. Melanie tried to reassure her that this was happening. Olivier tried to contain his anger. But John, listening in, was ecstatic. The call concluded with a mention of a shareholders' meeting in Chicago. This is where things got weird. John erupted in a fit of rage and demanded that I break into Olivier's office to steal the shareholders' meeting schedule, threatening to expose me for hacking computers and camera systems if I did not. Having no other options, I sneaked into Olivier's office via the terrace, hacked his computer, and recovered the meeting schedule. John ranted about the Templars, claiming they own Abstergo and another group. He appears to be mentally ill. Once again, I delivered the schedule to the woman, Rebecca, who appears to be more than a simple courier. John seemed to calm down after this. He said I was free to return to work. I'm scared. So we get a little bit of insight into what the main character in present day is thinking, but I still feel it's not really enough to get a full picture of the kind of character that we're playing as. But then again, the point of playing a character that we don't see the face of, don't know the name of, and don't hear the voice of, was to make us, the player, be that character. Okay, so Melanie LeMay sent this. Best wishes to Olivier. Everyone, let's all give Olivier and Abstergo Entertainment a big cheer as he heads off to Chicago for the shareholders meeting. We believe in you, Olivier. Yes, Olivier, enjoy your time in Chicago while you can. Especially when it comes to traveling in the convoy and it comes to the vigilante known as the Fox, Aiden Pierce. You know, watch out for him. Now I need to cover any database entries for characters that might have popped up or been updated. Just go into these other ones just to get the exclamation marks off them. Already covered those in previous phases. Okay, so I don't know if they've updated Calico Jack Rackham's thing. Let's see, so I read up until the point where it has note before someone has to. Let's see if there's anything beyond that. Interesting. Alright, so it hasn't updated his. Let's have a look. Anto. Oh shit, didn't I read Anto's thing? Let's have a look. Ah, damn, I forgot to. Okay, so Anto is an assassin. He's one of the assassins I did a Templar hunt mission with. The reason being for this phase is because he's one of the assassins that actually appears in the main story. Anto, born 1670, died unknown. Born to the Ashanti tribe in the Akon region of West Africa, Anto was sold into slavery as a young man and sent to Jamaica. He soon escaped with the help of the legendary warrior Cujo and founded a maroon community near Kingston. There he quickly established a good relationship with the local traders and began coordinating plantation raids to free slaves and build an army. Although he ran the Assassin's Bureau, Anto's priority was always to free slaves from captivity. Note, his name translates to born after the death of his father. Nice little tidbit there, JM. Okay, so we've read Anto's database entry. Okay, we now have an update to his date of death, which was the year of death, 1718 in North Carolina. Let's see, I read up until the point settling in Nassau, Thatch. Let's see if there's anything beyond that. Oh yeah, cool. Yep, so there's more that's been added to his database after the paragraph that I noted was the last thing I read last time, which was settling in Nassau up until Imperial rule. Stepper, Blackbeard is also Edward. That's true, yeah. So his actual name was also Edward as well. As Thatcher's reputation as a worthy and fearsome seaman grew, so did his ideas about piracy. At some point in the latter half of 1717, having grown a long and frightful beard, he took to calling himself Blackbeard, and worked at every turn to bolster his legend as the most feared pirate in the West Indies. Thatch revelled in the power of a good legend, and worked hard to cultivate his, frequently sticking lit slow matches in his hat to raise a frightening cloud, or challenging his crews to endure long stretches below deck as burning sulphur clouded the hold. After helping Hornigold take command of a number of vessels, Edward Thatch finally acquired a ship of his own in September 1717, a vessel called the Adventure. Captained by the most unlikely pirate of them all, one Stede Bonnet. For 2 months, Thatch captained the Adventure, with Stede content to tag along as a passenger. But in November, Thatcher's fortunes improved further when he captured a massive French slave ship called La Concorde. Renaming her Queen Anne's Revenge in honour of his former Stuart Queen, Edward Blackbeard Thatch was now one of the most feared and deadly pirates in the West Indies. For the next year, he terrorised the West Indies and environs before sailing north to the British colonies in North America. Here he frightened the inhabitants of an entire city when he blockaded the port of Charleston, South Carolina, in an attempt to acquire medicine for his ailing crew. But shortly after this audacious gambit, Blackbeard decided he'd had enough of the pirate life. He was nearing 40 and, despite his ferocious reputation, had lost his love for the pirate's game. In the early summer of 1718, he half-heartedly accepted a pardon from his friend Charles Eden, governor of North Carolina. But by late August of the same year, he had fallen back into his old habits, restricting his activities to the southeastern coast of the North American British colonies. Unbeknownst to him, the governor of Virginia, Alexander Spotswood, was keenly aware of his continued piracies and was busy organizing a party to extirpate this nest of vipers. I think that might be supposed to be exterminate. In November of 1718, Spotswood offered money to Lieutenant Maynard to see the job done. Taking command of a few fast ships well suited to the shallow inlets where Blackbeard was known to hide, Maynard set off in search of his prize. He learned from passing ships that Blackbeard was likely anchored on the inland side of Ocracoke Island, an ideal haunt for a pirate. As dusk fell on November 21st, Maynard and his crew spotted Blackbeard's ragtag group, but decided to hold off their attack until the tide rose. In the early hours of the following day, Maynard's crew slipped into the bay and approached Blackbeard's ship. They were greeted by a sudden volley of pistol shots and cannon fire. This caused Maynard to retreat, giving Blackbeard and his crew time to slip through the shallow waters and attempt an escape. Stepper, you love these streams. You can lay down and listen to him talking about AC Law. Oh, nice. That's cool, Stepper. Yeah, for this phase, this is the final phase to celebrate the game's 10th anniversary that I wanted to do. And I wanted to do a story-focused one. And it's good to be able to go in depth with a lot of things related to the story and the characters and all that kind of thing. There's definitely a lot to chew on and be gotten from these games when you look in a lot of things. There's some stuff too that I don't remember until I reread these database entries, because I go through so many playthroughs over so many years without reading them that when I actually do a playthrough again where I do read them, I go, huh, okay, that's something I forgot, you know. Star, you still have Christmas shopping to do. Or do you? You still got to get it done? Getting closer and closer. Kenneth Abrahams. I don't know who this dude is. I don't know who this character is. I don't remember seeing him in the story. Or any side missions or anything like that. Oh, I remember now. In the Anto Templar hunt mission, that's right. Okay, so that's someone I didn't even think to read. But then again, I forgot to check the database entries for a while. Kenneth Abrahams, born 1675, died 1715. Born to an upper-class family and educated in boarding schools from age 5, Kenneth Abraham learned to fight for himself at an early age. Upon graduation, he entered the army and rose through the ranks, finally meeting the rank of commander. His embrace of order and discipline drew him into the fold of the Templar Order, which offered him influence beyond that offered by his military career. From the age of 30, he ascended its ranks in parallel to those of his military career by devoting himself to the promotion of order and peace. He remained until his death determined to rid the world of unpredictable and disorderly elements. Note, sounds like a fun guy, RL. Note, do order and peace bore you? Are you overworked? I can set up an appointment with our in-house therapist, ML. Note, peaceful, orderly me? Never. I love this job, RL. Star, your son wants action figures for Attack on Titans. I can imagine that they wouldn't be too cheap. That's for sure. Now I've caught up with the database entries that I wanted to cover. Okay, so next thing is the next part of the story. Which is back in Kingston. Let's recap what happened in the previous sequence. Sequence 8, No Regrets, in which Edward Kenway was reproved by Mary Read for remaining ever fixed to the piratical way of life, and as such sailed north to recruit Blackbeard back into his cause, and failing such thereby resolved to drink with him instead, until a sudden attack surprised their lot, resulting in the untimely death of Ed Thatch, whereupon our hero rejoined with Captain Vane and Mr. Rackham to pursue his original quest for the observatory, yet suffered a setback when a disgruntled Mr. Rackham raised a mutiny against them both, and so set adrift on a damaged ship, our hero found himself marooned with Captain Vane, whose sanity appeared in danger of slipping, whereupon Vane attacked Edward Kenway, forcing our hero to retaliate in kind, thus subduing his old friend and leaving him for dead, after which time Edward Kenway located a small fishing schooner and slipped from the island. So we're now in sequence 9, first memory. Imagine my surprise. Having learned that the princess sails out of Kingston, Edward travels there to search for more information, and ends up finding enemies there with the same idea.
The arch would never bear that load.
That's a pan flasher.
Stepper, do you do these streams only for Assassin's Creed? In terms of like anniversary playthroughs, I do it for various games that I have like a connection with, or that I really, really enjoy a lot, and I'd like to do anniversary playthroughs of. In terms of like having a really deep story focus where I stop in the middle of cutscenes even to discuss stuff, this is actually the first game I've done this to this extent with so far. I definitely wouldn't mind doing the same or similar thing with other games as well. Not just in this series, but also outside of this franchise as well.
I'm far less peppered than those cheap...
Oh, wouldn't you fancy a trip to County Down?
Here we have another character voiced by Dan Jeannot, who plays Arno in Assassin's Creed Unity.
What news, Ade?
This Barjon works for the Royal African Company. Tell him what you told me.
I haven't seen the princess for 8 weeks or more, meaning she may soon be back.
What else?
I thought this buck belonged to the other men who was asking about the princess this morning. So I told him that...
What other men?
Haughty sailor in plain rags, and a gent with a scar just here.
Where have they got to?
Staying just round the corner, they said.
I grow tired of chasing these fantasies of yours, Edward. As does the crew.
Hang in there, man. We're getting close.
I like that part there. So we have another instance where Adewale is expressing to Edward that essentially the path that Edward is on is one that they should not be pursuing as well. And this is another point in Edward's character arc and story arc in this game where he's unwilling to listen to reason, even from someone that he respects, like Adewale. And it's another reason why Adewale ultimately decides to stop being quartermaster for Edward and instead become an assassin as well. And later on in this sequence, when we're actually going to be killing Benjamin Hornigold, who has become a Templar, Adewale expresses that Edward should stop trying to work with, Bartholomew Roberts and actually go to the assassins. So this moment here, I really like the dialogue, but what I also love is the segue between cutscene and gameplay. And I love the sort of like positioning of the characters, having Edward in the mid-ground, I guess, although not necessarily. I would say that you could... I think you could say that Edward and Adewale are in the foreground of this shot. But in terms of like Edward's position in relation to distance from Adewale, I'm just going to say that Edward is in the middle ground, whereas Adewale is currently in the foreground, and then you've got everything else in the background. What I love about this shot is that you have Edward, who is obviously on his way forward. You have Adewale, who is going off in the opposite direction to Edward, having tried to convince Edward to, find another way to do things and not go this route. And they're going to part their separate ways here. And I just love how Adewale walks off closer towards the camera, and Edward is going off in the other direction, just where they're positioned, but also the camera movement and everything like that. It's just chef's kiss. I love that kind of stuff. There's a really good smooth fluidity to how the camera work in this game is done as well. That's something I haven't really talked about too much, but that would be something that you would do in a playthrough where I'm talking specifically about camera angles and stuff. But talking about the story, this part is another example of the separation between Edward and Adewale that isn't quite there yet, but is starting to be a thing as well. Stepper, he's probably Arno's grandfather. Yeah, his grandfather. Yeah, in Assassin's Creed 3, there's some characters that he voices. In this game, there's a few. Of course, in Unity. And in Valhalla, specifically the Siege of Paris DLC, he actually plays a character in that as well, Pierre, except he's actually speaking with a French accent. So if you want to hear Arno and the actor who plays him speak with a French accent, if you go on YouTube and look up Assassin's Creed Valhalla Pierre, you might find an actual video that showcases him. In fact, I may as well just check to see what comes up actually, out of curiosity. Let's see. Stepper Pierre Bellic. Bellic in Valhalla confirmed, probably also a reincarnate. Oh no, not Pierre Bellic. Although I guess, yeah, in that sense, yeah, because French, yeah, he's French. But yeah, I've played through Unity once before, and I plan to in the future. But I've played through that game with the French language selected. So that's another way to hear Arno. If you're curious to hear how Arno would have sounded if he were a French, well, I mean, he is a French character, but if you want to hear him speak French, fluent French, and speak it for the whole story, then switch the language in Assassin's Creed Unity to the French spoken language, and then you get a taste of that. But if you look at Assassin's Creed Valhalla Siege of Paris, the character that he plays as, Pierre, that's Dan Jeannot doing the performance of the character with a French accent speaking English. See how Adewale moves off camera there? I just love that whole choreography there of that.
Don't pretend you didn't hear me.
They are safe.
Yeah, Stepper, poor Adewale indeed. I was saying before how it really pissed me off that they kill him in Rogue. They should have saved him to be in an actual AAA full game and have him be the main character in it. I think he deserved that. He didn't deserve to get killed off. They wasted his character. Big waste. Stepper, Freedom Cry was not enough. It's a great DLC, but I agree. You know, there was more that they could have done with the character. And that more could have been a full-fledged game where we played as him from start to finish as an assassin after the events of Freedom Cry. Would have been cool to see Adewale get to meet Connor, for example. Because then we could have had moments in that game where you talk to Connor and you have Adewale reminiscing about Edward to Connor. So Connor could find out more information about his grandfather.
Give over.
You know, things like this. Which I don't know why they don't think of this shit, to be honest. So, but interesting would be some what if Adewale will survive. That's true. Yeah, exploring that idea would be cool, you know. See the, you know, what if, what would have happened. That was your exact thought. Yeah, you know, these interactions between characters that can be really, really cool when they happen. So yeah, I would have rather to see Adewale live until he was an old man. Even older than we see him in Rogue. Like, live till Altair's age, like 90 years old or something. That'd be so cool. To have him die peacefully, surrounded by, you know, his family. Not just freaking killed off in a game that is a terrible story.
Have you alerted the men? We're short on time.
Aye. There'll be 2 soldiers waiting for us at the crossroads.
Very good.
If you don't mind me asking, sir, what's the meaning behind these blood samples we're taking?
Torres tells me that blood is required for the observatory to properly function.
How do you mean, sir?
If one wishes to use the observatory to, say, spy on King George, then one would require a drop of the king's blood to do so. In other words, a small sample of blood gives us access to a man's everyday life.
Does Torres mean to spy on me, then? For I've just given him a sample of my blood.
As have I, Captain Hornigold, as will all Templars. It is a measure of insurance.
And...
Alright, so it's a measure of insurance. So the Templars are requesting that all Templars give their blood, so that all Templars, when their blood is put into the observatory device, when the Templars get it, they can keep tabs on every Templar as insurance, just in case a Templar decides to betray the other Templars. They'll be able to know exactly where and where they are and who they're speaking to, because when your blood is inside a blood vial and is put inside the observatory device, the person observing can actually see through your eyes in real time and actually hear who you're speaking to as well. And that's something that the Templars in present day, in this story, want to utilize so that they can spy on every single person on the planet. And I was saying before in another stream that you might think, well, what's the point in present time for the Templars to use such technology when there's surveillance cameras all over the place? But the thing about it is, this would give them an even better form of surveillance. When you literally make someone's eyes be a camera and actually pick up audio, that's when you truly are, doing very, very, covert kinds of things. You know what I mean? So that's what the Templars want in present day. They want to have that level of being able to see through the eyes of everyone on the planet. They want to do a program where people donate their DNA so that they can, in the public's eye, make them think that they're trying to find, secrets that could benefit mankind from the past that have not been discovered or were lost. That's their surface level reason and what they would tell the public, but their ulterior motive is to get the public's DNA for every individual so that they can be able to see through their eyes and actually hear where they are and who they're speaking to at all times. Did Adewale actually have a family? He went on to have one, yeah. I don't know what it's actually in, unless there's a comic book or something like that. Let's see. Because you got the wiki here that talks about Freedom Cry. Just scroll down. Here we go, yeah. So, according to the wiki, it says that in 1737, Adewale shared a night of passion with Bastien. She became pregnant and eventually bore a son, naming him Babatunde. Adewale continued to serve the assassin order and at some point was assigned on a mission alongside fellow assassin Liam O'Brien, who came to respect him greatly. So yeah, he ended up having a son with Bastien. She's the brothel owner in Assassin's Creed Freedom Cry. Gojo, thank you so much for the follow. Stepper, you love the Kenway engine with the combat and the parkour. Yeah, it's I guess it was the most evolved kind of version of the gameplay engine to that point. But then, of course, they changed it again with Unity.
Trust.
Because I paused that at a time when there was still dialogue happening, I'm going to reload the last checkpoint.
You! Have you alerted the men? We're short on time.
Aye. There'll be 2 soldiers waiting for us at the crossroads.
Very good.
If you don't mind me asking, sir, what's the meaning behind these blood samples we're taking?
Torres tells me that blood is required for the observatory to properly function.
How do you mean, sir?
If one wishes to use the observatory to, say, spy on King George, then one would require a drop of the king's blood to do so. In other words, a small sample of blood gives us access to a man's everyday life.
Does Torres mean to spy on me, then? For I've just given him a sample of my blood.
As have I, Captain Hornigold, as will all Templars. It is a measure of insurance.
And trust, I reckon.
Yes, but fear not. Torres has shipped our samples to a Templar... Precisely.
Governor, when you...
Damn it. That caused the dialogue to be interrupted.
Have you alerted the men? We're short on time.
Aye. There'll be 2 soldiers waiting for us at the crossroads.
Very good.
If you don't mind me asking, sir, what's the meaning behind these blood samples we're taking?
Torres tells me that blood is required for the observatory to properly function.
How do you mean, sir?
If one wishes to use the observatory to, say, spy on King George, then one would require a drop of the king's blood to do so. In other words, a small sample of blood gives us access to a man's everyday life.
Does Torres...
As have I, Captain Hornigold, as will all Templars. It is a measure of insurance.
Jesus fucking Christ. Trying to get all the fucking dialogue and trying to fucking bloody sneak around. Jesus fucking bloody Christ. This is what can be challenging doing playthroughs of this nature.
Have you alerted the men? We're short on time.
Aye. There'll be 2 soldiers waiting for us at the crossroads.
Very good.
If you don't mind me asking, sir, what's the meaning behind these blood samples we're taking?
Torres tells me that blood is required for the observatory to
How do you mean, sir?
If one wishes to use the observatory to, say, spy on King George, then one would require a drop of the king's blood to do so. In other words, a small sample of blood gives us access to a man's everyday life.
Does Torres mean to spy on me, then? For I've just given him a sample of my blood.
As have I, Captain Hornigold, as will all Templars. It is a measure of insurance.
And trust, I reckon.
Yes, but fear not. Torres has shipped our samples to a Templar safe house in Rio de Janeiro. We will not be the observatory's first subjects, I assure you.
Aye, sir. I suppose it's a small price to pay for what the Templars have given me in return.
Precisely.
Governor, when you hunted pirates in Madagascar, what methods worked best?
I believe it was my charisma that persuaded them. Violence and threats should always be a last resort. In Madagascar, I offered those pirates a choice. Take a pardon and return to England penniless but free men, or be hanged by the neck until dead.
Just as you did in Nassau.
Precisely. A pity Commodore Chamberlain did not live to see my thorough success.
It's not like you to gloat, Rogers.
We all deserve a moment, don't we?
I usually show great leniency to my slave stock, but no, as you say, this could not go unpunished.
We used to partake of them as fresh cream on Sunday. Now the shops afloat will be able to have them again. Captain, you're a dull wag. Pestering me is your idea of diversion.
Settle down. There's no need for being ornery here, now is there?
No need to get your drunken arses into trouble.
He was a good Christian.
Whatever become of that spear striker fella you had with you?
The Campeche Indian. White Death got him.
Hey Andersune, hope it's going well. Has the experience changed much without music? Yeah, it's been interesting. When we did the mission where Blackbeard gets killed, at the end there, without the music, there's this eerie ambience that is applied to the sounds of the sound effects that are going on and all that kind of stuff, which gave it a very different feel, which was interesting to experience. So there's been moments where, yeah, it's really made it feel almost like it would be like in real life, you know, without any music playing while someone's, you know, swinging on a rope to go to the other ship, and, you know, clashing of swords and all that kind of stuff. Step at these two dudes talking. One of them sounds like Hatham. Hatham. Yeah. Yeah, Benjamin Hornigold and Woodes Rogers having a conversation. So they've been talking about the observatory, and Benjamin Hornigold is well and truly a Templar now, and we don't see the ceremony where he becomes one, but he actually is one now. And he's basically shown his allegiance by allowing his a sample of his blood to be taken and all that kind of stuff. And he's now privy to all the plans and things that the Templars have. And Woodes Rogers was asked by Benjamin Hornigold about how he handled pirates and all that kind of stuff. And he talks about how with the pardon, it was like, you know, you can either be killed, eventually hunted down and killed, or you can go back to England penniless but free. And essentially, pirates could choose to not take the pardon. And if they chose to take the pardon, but they didn't surrender their weapons, they would still be killed. So they had to completely surrender not only their money that they had, but also their firearms and other weapons as a symbol of them accepting the pardon and that they won't be a pirate anymore. So they had to do that to be given the ability to live freely after that point. And it's something that Woodes Rogers has mentioned before as well. And he definitely likes to reiterate all this kind of stuff, his approach to how he does, you know, things and all that. He talked to Edward at the start of the story when Edward was pretending to be Duncan Walpole about Madagascar and how he handled the pirates there, and then now he's telling Benjamin Hornigold about how he handled the pirates at Nassau and, you know, all this kind of stuff. So any chance that Woodes Rogers can take to big note himself about what he's done, he does. And so Benjamin Hornigold asks the right question there to make his ego aflutter and be like, yeah, you know, this is what I did. Wasn't I so cool? And look at this, you know, Chamberlain wasn't around to see my success. Commodore Chamberlain was against the pardon and all that kind of stuff. So he and Woodes Rogers were at odds about that.
Grand Master, welcome.
Buenas noches. What have you learned?
The princess was taken by pirates 6 weeks ago, and so far as we know, the sage Roberts is still aboard.
Very good. It is something, no?
And what measures are we taking to recover the princess from these pirates?
Captain Hornigold has dispatched some of his best men to ensure the sage's capture.
What of the sage's present location? Do we know?
Africa, Your Excellency.
Africa? By God. The winds do not favor that route.
I concur, Grandmaster. I should have sailed there myself. One of my slave galleys would be more than capable of making a swift journey.
Slave galley? Captain, I asked you to divest yourself of that Sikh institution.
I failed to see the difference between enslaving some men and all men. Our aim is to steer the entire course of civilization, is it not?
A body enslaved inspires the mind to revolt. But enslave a man's mind, and his body will follow on. Naturally, efficiently.
A fair point, Grandmaster.
Yeah.
There we go. So they were talking there about the slaves and stuff, and Torres, who's the Grand Master of the Templar Order, he's decided that the Templars shouldn't be in the slave trade and investing in slavery and all that kind of stuff. And Woodes Rogers is bringing up an interesting point to him of, what's the difference? As Templars, we want to enslave the entire human race. What's the difference in that versus, only enslaving some men? And it's like, we should be able to enslave these specific people while at the same time allowing these other people to actually still have some form of freedom as well. With Torres saying that, it's one of those things where they're trying to make him as a Templar seem not as bad as some other Templars are. Like Lawrence Prince, for example, who was a plantation owner and slave trader. And Woodes Rogers here, and all that kind of stuff. Benjamin Hornigold, at the start of the playthrough, I was talking about how when Adewale is introduced to Ed Thatch Blackbeard and Benjamin Hornigold for the first time, the first thing that Benjamin Hornigold says to Edward about Adewale is, "You trust him with the pistol, do you?" The only reason that he could be saying something like that about Adewale is because of the color of his skin. I don't see what else could be the reason, because number one, they've never met before. So it's not anything to do with Adewale's skill level at anything, whether he's clumsy or not. So it's not like Woodes Rogers knows that Adewale is a clumsy person, therefore if you give a gun to him you need to be careful because he might accidentally drop it and shoot it. That's not the case. He's not clumsy, So there's only one thing that it could be as to why Benjamin Hornigold is saying that to Adewale, and that's because Benjamin Hornigold is racist. And so Benjamin Hornigold is a Templar now, but he definitely wouldn't have any qualms with keeping slaves, just like Woodes Rogers is arguing about how Templars should, keep slaves as well, whereas Torres is like, no, that's not what we should do. So in context of the other Templars, it might make Woodes Rogers and Benjamin Hornigold seem to be worse than Torres, but Torres is still bad, you know what I mean? It doesn't excuse any of his stuff. And like in real life, if there was a serial killer in real life who believed that everyone should be equal, then that wouldn't absolve them of their crimes, would it? People wouldn't say, well, he did murder 50 people, but at least he wasn't racist, right? Just because someone might have a positive trait about them, it doesn't negate any of their massively negative traits or actions that they've done. You know what I mean? So in terms of like Torres, yes, it's good that he doesn't want anything to do with slavery anymore, but he's still a Templar. And the Templars want to enslave the whole entire human race. So when you take the wider view, even Torres is still a Templar that needs to be stopped. You know, just because he's against slavery doesn't mean that you can just go, oh, well, at least he's against slavery. That means he's okay. It's like, no. He's still a Templar that needs to die. You know, just like Templars like Benjamin Hornigold and Woodes Rogers. You know, obviously Woodes Rogers doesn't die in the story. He doesn't die as a result of being assassinated. He does die in real life, obviously. He's a character that is someone who lived in real life. But yeah, this whole talk about slavery and all that kind of stuff, and how Torres is sort of like against that now. And that's what he's sort of like trying to argue the point against Woodes Rogers and all that kind of stuff. Stepper, these streams are awesome because you hear things that you missed. That's what I love too about replaying games more than once, is there's things that you pick up. Like if you're a player who only focuses on the actual things you need to do in a game, like go here, do this, kill this enemy, open this door, you might be missing dialogue, for example, that could be giving you extra information about a character because you're so focused on other stuff. So when you do a replay of a game, especially if you do a different approach, you're in a different mindset. Your focus is on something else. So if you're focusing, for example, on dialogue and not focused on the actual activities that you need to do as part of the mission, you might take more notice of what's being said and pick up stuff. And when you have like really good stories in games and movies and stuff, re-experiencing it, you have a different perspective anyway because you've already experienced the story, so you know what happens. If you watch your favorite movie, you know what happens. You know every single thing that happens in the movie. It's not a surprise. There's nothing anymore in that movie that surprises you. Like, you don't watch a movie you've seen and be surprised that the movie ends the way it does. Unless, of course, you saw the movie 20 years ago and you haven't seen it since. It'd be understandable. But you've got a different focus when you re-watch something or replay something. Another good example is movies where you have multiple characters, especially in scenes. You might be focused on the primary characters, but there might be a character in the background doing something funny that you don't notice straight away. But when you watch the movie again, because you already know what's happening, your eyes might look around the frame of the scene and recognize something you never saw before, So I like when things have that kind of like replayability or rewatchability if it's a movie or show, or rereadability if it's a book that you've read and you've enjoyed and you like to reread and all that kind of stuff. And yeah, the more you play a game and think about this stuff, the better. A lot of what I'm saying with this game in this playthrough, some of it is basically just me throwing theories out there, not with the intention of it sticking as, hey, I thought of this as a theory, so it has to be what the thing is, otherwise I'm not going to like the game anymore. So there will be some things where I'm talking about stuff where I'm like, wouldn't it be interesting if, or maybe this is what the character might have been thinking, and all that kind of stuff. And I'm not going off the script or anything, so I haven't plotted out what I'm going to say in this playthrough ahead of time. So some of what I say might need to be redone if I want to actually do a different version of this playthrough in the future, or if I want to edit this playthrough into something different and re-record a lot of the stuff that I've spoken about. Because on the fly, when you're thinking about stuff, sometimes there might be words you forget to say that could actually explain things a bit better than the way that you are, and all that kind of stuff. But yeah, I'm just trying as much as possible to talk about stuff in the story. And sometimes also it's hard to convey the right thing, because sometimes visuals are better, which is why it's cool being able to actually pause the game like this using the PlayStation 5. It doesn't happen with every game, but with this game, when you press the button that goes into take a screenshot mode and all the other options that you can bring up, it actually freezes what's happening in the game in terms of like characters, what they're moving and doing. And the camera. But as you can see, there's still some stuff that's actually moving. The water, the symbol or the graphic, under eavesdrop on the conversation is still moving. Yet Edward's not moving. There's nothing happening in the building. The camera's not moving. and all that kind of stuff. So it's come in handy to be able to pause on certain things. Not right now, because I'm just doing it so I can talk about some stuff before it goes into the next part. But it's also cool to freeze frame on a character's expression and be like, hey, you know, in this moment, this character is thinking this, or they're feeling that, or this is their reaction to what they're seeing, and maybe this is what they're thinking, or what this facial expression means. So that's also been a good thing with this playthrough, to be able to pause it like this, is to be able to point those things out while still having a visual reference on screen. Instead of going to the pause menu screen every single time I want to talk about something, to still have the images up there on the screen about what you're talking about. This whole thing with the PlayStation 5 has come in handy. I tried it with another game, but the cutscene paused for a little bit, but then it started playing on its own again while I was in this screen. You can't see it yourself on the broadcast, but anyone who has a PlayStation 5 will know that when you press the button to go into your screenshot options, you've got like all these different things: start new recording, broadcast options, share screen, capture options, you know, all that kind of stuff. When you're in that screen with this game, it actually stops characters' movements, it stops their dialogue, it stops the camera moving or anything like that. So it's very handy for this kind of playthrough.
Remind me, where in Africa are we looking?
Principe, sir, a small island.
We've sent 2 of our best men, Burgess and Cochrane. Privateers with fast ships and firm hearts.
Alright, so something that I like too is when you have things going on with characters simultaneously. So there's a conversation going on there. But while the conversation is happening, Benjamin Hornigold is being observant, and he can actually see that the jackdaw is docked. And obviously he knows that that's Edward's ship. So therefore, if the jackdaw is there, he knows that Edward is there. So even though Edward has been very stealthy and has gotten to this point without being detected, the fact that the jackdaw is in full view of Benjamin Hornigold is enough to break his stealth, obviously. The other Templars didn't notice, but Benjamin Hornigold has a more intimate knowledge and visual reference to what Edward's ship looks like. So I like little things like that. So if you watch the scene again, you'll see that Benjamin Hornigold will look off into the distance before saying something. But you might be focused on the conversation happening, so your eyes might not be on him at the time. It's those kinds of things that are really, really cool in cutscenes with characters and things. So now that he's spotted Edward's ship, he knows that Edward is there, and so he's going to start talking. And it's interesting, the other Templars don't stop and wait. They just go about their business because they know that they can trust Benjamin Hornigold to do what he can to stop Edward. So they're not concerned about Edward, they're just going to walk off. But Benjamin Hornigold is the one who notices that the jackdaw is there. Therefore, he's going to try to stop Edward and kill him. Not he himself doing it, but the lackeys doing it. And yeah, that's what's about to happen.
Edward Kenway! Imagine my surprise at seeing your jackdaw anchored there. Have you heard all you came to hear? Will you now rescue the sage from our clutching hands?
A pox on you, traitor! You sold us downriver.
Because I found a better path. The Templars know order, discipline, structure. But you never could fathom these subtleties.
That's interesting dialogue there from Hornigold. He says, because I found a better path. The Templars know order, discipline, structure, but you never could fathom these subtleties. So earlier in the story, with Benjamin Hornigold and Blackbeard and Edward, there comes a point where Hornigold is trying to tell Edward all these things about what it means to be the captain of a ship. You need to do this, you need to do that, okay? So obviously that's a good thing in terms of like if someone isn't knowledgeable. However, Edward is knowledgeable, so Hornigold is being a big know-it-all, or thinks of him so highly that Edward needs to be tutored on the ways of being a pirate, you know. But when you look at the fact that he becomes a Templar, and he says here about no order, discipline, and structure, we've seen moments where he has conveyed his his disappointment and his disapproval of certain methods that the other characters have had, like Blackbeard firing upon the British ship earlier in the story, you know, and things of that nature. So the fact that Benjamin Hornigold becomes one of the pirates that, the fact that Benjamin Hornigold is a pirate, or one of these particular pirates that becomes a Templar, it's understandable why he would think that way. He was the one that felt that Nassau was finished before Blackbeard and Edward were willing to admit that it was. So he woke up in that sense earlier on, and he wanted to take the pardon, and he saw it as a positive opportunity, or as the best way to go given what had happened. And from his perspective, he had given enough time for the other pirates to actually make something of Nassau. But it ended up going to shit. So anyway, from Edward's perspective, he's pissed off at Benjamin Hornigold because he's basically betrayed him and the other pirates by taking up with the Templars and doing all that kind of stuff. Which is ironic because Edward isn't really necessarily against the Templars yet, strongly. Neither is he for the assassins strongly. He's still in between, in the middle of the conflict. But because Benjamin Hornigold is someone that he knew and has become a Templar, there's a more personal kind of like thing going on. So he's like, you know, you betrayed us, you've sold us out, you know, and all that kind of stuff. But Benjamin Hornigold is like, look, you know, I'm with the Templars now, and this is what the Templars feel is the way to do things. I agree with them, and you still following the way that you've been trying to follow, which is a fool's errand. I've woken up, basically, to what it was like being a pirate and all that kind of stuff. And the Templars have given me something that is more than what I had, you know, and all that kind of stuff. And the Templars do want order, they do want discipline and structure. Are those things in general bad things? Of course not. You know, do you want people just going and stealing stuff? Do you want people just, you know, killing people without any sort of like repercussions? Of course not. You know, you want there to be some semblance of, if this person does this crime, then there's this punishment for that crime. If this person decides to destroy this thing, then there's repercussions for doing that. So the Templars wanting order and discipline and structure is not overall like a negative, bad thing. It's just that they are taking it to an extreme that it shouldn't be taken to. They want people not to have any sort of like desire to go off and do something unless it benefits the Templars. So if the Templars want you to join their ranks and they feel that you have skills that would be better for them, if you desire to become a doctor, but they feel that you are better skilled as a therapist, then they will probably want you to be that therapist instead of being the doctor who's just, you know, healing people. Like, you know, if you go to the doctor when you're sick, like you're physically ill or something like that, you know, the Templars might be like, no. We want you to be this. And if the person refused, they would do whatever they could to manipulate that person into becoming a Templar or doing what they wanted, you know. And that's a very different thing. If someone wants to be a certain profession, for example, then they should be able to pursue that. Even if people who are their friends and family and other people don't agree with them being that profession, if that person really wants to, then they should have the freedom to actually pursue that. So if you want to be in a certain profession and you really feel passionate about it, then go for it. Do what you can to be in it, you know. So the Templars, though, they would be like, no. We feel that you would be better off in this profession. And if you say no, well, we're going to threaten your family, we're going to threaten your friends, we're going to manipulate events in your life to force you into a situation where you're going to give up on what you want to do and come and do what we want you to do, you know. And that's very different from wanting to prevent someone from doing something terrible, like someone wants to, you know, kill someone, and someone else is like, hey, you know, what the fuck, man? Like, seriously, you know, that's different. But when someone wants to do something that's not going to be of any harm to someone, then that person should feel free to be able to pursue that and not have other people force them not to, you know, pursue that as well. So the assassins want the freedom to do that. But is that inherently good in itself? Of course not. Just because you have freedom doesn't mean that you should go around doing terrible things, right? The assassins aren't saying that they want freedom so that people can do terrible things. They're just saying that they want people to have freedom who are wanting to do good things, to have the freedom to do it, versus the Templars who don't want people to have the freedom to do good things that they want to do unless it benefits the Templars. If it doesn't benefit them, then they want that person to be on their side instead and manipulate them. Whereas the assassins will be like, hey, cool, you know, you don't want to do this profession? That's fine. You know, you're free to decide what profession you want to go and do, right? But where it's different is if you're like, yeah, you know, go around and rob all these people and stuff. And the assassins will be like, hey, you know, yeah, you're free to do that, but these are going to be the repercussions, you know. And the other thing is this is a video game, of course, so the situations and the circumstances and the steps to get to these situations and circumstances, it's all scripted. The illusion of telling a fictional story is to try and make the person experiencing the story forget and actually focus on what's happening. And some people are able to do that, whereas other people are like, hey, this game's not very realistic because that person's holding this thing the wrong way, and things like that. But yeah, with the whole Templar versus Assassins thing and Benjamin Hornigold, he believes that because the Templars want order and discipline and structure, that means that they're on the right side of things in everything. And Edward, being a pirate, is wanting to be free to go and do the things that he wants to do. And that is actually, you know, in line a little bit with the assassins, but not completely, because obviously the assassins do have lines that they're not supposed to cross. Whereas Edward is sort of like flippantly taking it, you know, he's like, earlier on when he's told about, you know, nothing is true, everything is permitted by Mary, he's just like, you know, cool. And when Artabai, you know, talks about how he's going around in a uniform that he shouldn't be, you know, it was like, but everything is permitted, right? So if I want to go around in this outfit, I should be able to feel free to, you know. So he's very like arrogant and very flippant and just treating it as if it's just, you know, not important or anything like that. But in this instance, because it's something personal between him and Benjamin Hornigold, Edward is really, really pissed off that Benjamin is basically betraying him and the other pirates for the Templars. But maybe this is something that subconsciously affects Edward, which later manifests in his willingness to actually join the assassins. Hey there, Waffle. You played the fuck out of this game as a kid. This game is so unforgiving, lol. It's like the only Assassin's Creed game without any cheats or exploits. It's a full-fledged experience. Speaking of cheats, there's some funny ones that you can unlock in this game. But I covered that in Phase 5 as well. You read that Blackbeard worked with the Caribbean Trading Company because they couldn't insure their ships unless they were constantly being attacked by pirates. So he attacked them so that they could get insured, and his stories of raiding ships without killing anyone is because they were always working with him, which you think is fucking wild. Blackbeard committed insurance fraud even back then. Yeah, that's a funny thing, right? You take present-day concepts and you look at the elements of those things, and then you look back in the past on certain time periods and you go, hang on, that's a more basic version of that. But that's interesting, you know. But yeah, you know, the idea of him not killing anyone because he was in cahoots with them as well. That's interesting, Waffle. That's quite it's a bit funny too as well when you think about it.
Goodbye, old friend. You were a soldier once, when you fought for something real. Something beyond yourself.
I'll get him.
I can get him from here! Keep him hemmed in!
Alright, so that's that memory done. Restock some stuff. I don't know where I'll get up to in this game before ending the stream, which I'm not doing yet, by the way. I'll still be streaming for at least another hour or more. But the next stream of this would be next weekend.
Hey, friend.
Depending on where I get up to in this stream, will determine whether or not I put the Assassin's Creed Odyssey Torch Challenge on hold until I get this playthrough of Black Flag done. Because I'm also doing the Freedom Cry DLC, and I want to get this done before the year ends. So we're almost at sequence 10. This is sequence 9 currently. There's 12 sequences in the main story. But there's still some present-day stuff I want to cover, and all that kind of thing. No new database entries. Oh yeah, we're in Kingston here anyway, so. Waffle, you love him in this game. He's like your dad almost, or your uncle. You also read that the headdress he wore was a ceremonial Indian artifact for weddings, and it was never supposed to be worn, but he saw it and loved it. That's where he gets the name the Headless Horseman, because from afar it looked like his head was on fire. Huh. That's the thing, right? You think about so much phenomena, especially back in the day, or the days of technology not being as advanced as it would eventually become. And you think about all these different phenomena that were attributed at a certain time to being like a ghost, or being some kind of monster, or something like that. But we can tell nowadays that some of that can just be rationally explained, you know. So yeah, having him from afar look like it was headless because his head was on fire and all that stuff. This goes to show that sometimes things at a distance can look one way compared to how they are up close.
Wolf!
Next Saturday is
Back ahoy!
the 23rd. I won't be streaming on Christmas Day, although maybe I might be later on. I don't know on that day. But I may need to actually put the Assassin's Creed Origins Torch Challenge on hold because the 23rd and the 24th I'll be streaming Black Flag. And then the last weekend of December is the 30th and 31st. So I only have 4 more stream days of Black Flag to get through the rest of the main story and also cover what I want to cover and also do the Freedom Cry DLC. What I might do is stop trying to get NPC dialogues inside of memories to save a bit of time, because there have been some missions where I've waited around near enemies to hear what they had to say. And while it's been cool to do that, I may need to sacrifice that as an element of this playthrough in order to get through things a bit quicker. Well, we don't know if it's true, but you also read that he knew what kind of glass was in the spyglass telescope, so that dirty, grainy lens would make him look terrifying, and some scholars think he figured it out, but you don't know. It's a little far-fetched. Yeah, I mean, that's the thing, too. Like, some of these things that people come up with are just, you know, maybe their way of trying to get involved in the legend somehow. He never killed women or children and always let men go if they were unarmed. That's why you think he was never a pirate. Yeah, I mean, if, like, let's say that is the case and he wasn't actually a pirate, like, what a big plot twist in terms of historical information would that be? Okay, it won't let me see the information about the next memory.
Close down! Man your sheets! Short! What's our course, Captain?
Principe, Quartermaster. We're sailing for the coast of Africa. Given time.
The shoulder of mutton or the jail?
Reef in, all tops!
Fire! Enemy sail tar!
Weakest right there! Get the mainsails into the wind!
Ready to fire, sir! Look, Captain, the whole place shot there!
Fire!
They're on the bowline to hell!
Fire! Reef the topsails and gallants! Fire!
Cannon ready! Exposed! Take the shots, sir!
Fire! Fire! Keep it up there, sir! That'll wipe them out off the wind! Mains out, let's go! Fire! Hold down! Hold down!
She's foundering!
Fire!
Weakest right there, come in! On your mark, come in!
Give me some speed!
Loose the mains! Half sails!
Every last scrap of duck on the wind!
All sail! Crowd it on!
We're sailing straight for land, sir!
Not far now, Captain.
I'm off to find Roberts.
Don't stay long. The crew's getting restless out here.
Waffle, sometimes you think the Earth really is flat. Not flat that we can sail off the edge into oblivion, but flat like we're in a snow globe or something. When you were a kid, you were really into pirates, and your parents brought you this old map from 1700s. It was a replica, and it showed there being an outer wall to the Earth, and that every land mass continent was in the middle. And then when Elon Musk first launched his first rocket and it blew up, you think that was him hitting the firmament God said he put over the Earth. Well, that's the thing too, like, It makes me think of the Vikings. Like, there was a movie called Eric the Viking, which was a comedy, but there was a scene where they literally sailed off the edge of the world because the world was actually flat. That's something that you made me think of just then. But there's things that we knew for a long time as being one way in real life, but then later on, it's like, hang on, what we thought we knew was actually completely wrong, or partially wrong, and that we've discovered that this is actually what the thing is. It's like when there's certain foods that at one time were considered to be healthy, but later on, they're like, actually, this food wasn't healthy at all. It's just that we didn't recognize that it had these effects in this way, negatively, until now. And then if you think about the Tower of Babel, if they were building up to the edge, there's no way they were that stupid to build a building so big and high for it to be something inefficient. So you think it was drill, you don't think it was a tower at all. Ah, okay. Yeah, I mean, the other thing is too, people can interpret things one way, and that can become how others then think it is. But then it can be found that it's not actually the case.
Vai ter com os anjinhos!
Oh, Waffle, that's what you think. You're not saying it's factual. Oh, yeah. Yeah, that's the thing. It's one of those things where, you know, it's like when people look at two different sides of the same argument. It doesn't mean that they're necessarily agreeing with one side or the other. It's just that they're just pointing out certain things or just basically expressing their thoughts on the subject.
Captain Kenway.
Yet another dire situation, Roberts. We really must stop meeting like this.
Stop tailing me and your wish had come true.
There's no need for this. You know I'm as good as my word.
Our Captain Howell was killed today in a Portuguese ambush. Headstrong fool. I warned him not to go ashore.
It was orchestrated by the Templars Burgess and Cockram. The same sort that took you to Havana.
Ah, I see now there is no escaping the Templars' attention, is there? I suppose it is time to fight back.
I do like the sound of that.
And I know just how I'll do it. But these men, Burgess and Cockram, they cannot be allowed to leave with word of my escape.
They won't. Count on it.
If you spot any men from my crew, do them some kindness and send them here.
I'll do all I can.
So we have a point in the game story now where Edward has finally been able to convince Bartholomew Roberts that he's not actually someone that Roberts should be antagonistic towards. But Roberts is no fool either, and when he realizes that Edward actually also wants to find the observatory, because there's something in Edward that he sees, he's not outright going to reject Edward and be like, hey, you just want the observatory for yourself. I'm going to kill you now, kind of thing, or attempt to kill him. That comes later. But he's curious, I would say, about Edward and is wondering what kind of, like, person he is and what his convictions are and all that kind of stuff. And it's one of those things where the Sage is sought after by the Assassins and the Templars, and the Sage wants nothing to do with either of them. And so with Edward being a pirate and telling him that he's not with the others, that it's Burgess and Cockram who are the ones who need to be stopped and all that kind of stuff. And so through that, he's able to convince Bartholomew Roberts to see Edward as an ally rather than as a potential or actual person to be antagonizing. But in some ways, Edward is making a deal with the devil a little bit with him. While the pyramids are made from rose granite, the hardest substance known to man, and it was carved from a mountain 800 miles from them. So clearly we had some type of tech to do that, and you bet it's something so stupid and easy it would change our entire thought process of the world as we know it. Yeah, well, who knows what sort of like truths are still waiting to be discovered or uncovered that we just never knew about, or maybe some knew about but is now made or will become made available.
Take only what you can carry, maggots. We're not waiting on no one. Put some muscle in that bustle or we're leaving you behind. Pull up your socks and grab your cocks. This ship is sailing. Oi! Roust yourselves and haul your ass. You done us good, Kenway. Proved yourself a true bravo. And for what? His own bloody pride.
You stepped in the path of my prize. Not a thing a man should do.
A cocksure, Cully. Just like Hornigold said.
That Templar...
Damn it. I wish the pressing of that button on the PlayStation controller automatically straight away went into the pause. It's very hard to get it to actually work, so I can do that before a word or after a word ends from the character's mouth before the next one starts. I'm going to be redoing this memory anyway because I want to get the dialogue from Burgess and Cockram when they're going around. So it'd be better to do that once I've already finished the mission, so that I don't have to worry too much about how I deal with them the next time around. So I'll be able to watch this cutscene again without having that interruption. But that's what I was going to do. So there was a couple of words there that were used, cocksure and cully, together. So if we look at the meaning of the word cocksure, it means confident in an excessive or arrogant way. And if we look at the word cully, it means someone who is a man or a friend. So essentially, Edward is being accused of being a arrogant man or a someone who is like overly confident in a aggressive or arrogant way as well. Not Benjamin Hornigold. So Burgess and Cockram, these two Templars here, they also sided with Benjamin Hornigold with the whole pardon thing with pirates. And they don't really have much interaction with Edward. We do see them on Benjamin Hornigold's ship in the cutscene for the mission where Edward Thatch Blackbeard has fired upon a British ship, and we see the aftermath of that with Benjamin Hornigold speaking to Edward, and we can see Burgess and Cockram on the crew. But then we don't actually get introduced to them properly until the mission where Edward is inside the fort, and the other pirates are meeting with Woodes Rogers and Commodore Chamberlain to be told about the conditions of the pardon and what it will mean for them and all that kind of stuff. And then when they leave the building where they were talking, they basically profess how they're wanting to side with the pardon and all that kind of stuff. So naturally they become Templars themselves. There's actually going to be a line of dialogue that one of them is going to say to Edward that in some ways does actually affect Edward. And in some ways they end up being right. But that doesn't mean that they should be seen as great people or anything. It's just something that I've observed. Waffle, there's a rock near there that's cut directly in half, and people say it was done with lasers. You think they cut that stone thousands of years ago because they knew years down the line someone would see it. The rock itself is formation, but it's been cut in half so symmetrically that even builders and stonemasons today couldn't recreate it because they left no marks or traces of tools. Damn, that sounds really complex. And if people of that profession and skill haven't been able to work it out, then there must be something else to explain why it was that way.
A scab means nothing to me. None of you do.
And you're worse for it, Kenway. It were the Templars who took us in when all else went to shit. Not our king. Not our country. The Templars.
Okay, so their argument to Edward about why they're siding with the Templars is a good thing is because out of the groups that they mentioned, in their eyes, they're the most important groups out of all. But in comparison to the Templars, they see the Templars as the best option. So given that, they're trying to rationalize why their decision to become a Templar is actually the right thing to do, and that Edward, in not doing it, and others not doing it, means that they're essentially missing out. And so them thinking of the Templars as a family, and that the Templars have their best interests at heart, is a good sign that they've been brainwashed by the Templars and their way of thinking, to think that about the Templars. And so they're trying to instill in Edward a feeling of you've chosen the wrong path or something by not choosing to side with the Templars. Or if you have any reason to join them, then this is our reason, and what about your family kind of thing? So in their eyes, the Templars are their family. They don't necessarily know about Edward having a wife back home and all that kind of stuff. But it does affect Edward a little bit. Like, you do see that there's some kind of reaction that he has from what is being said there. And Edward doesn't yet know that he actually has a daughter as well. He didn't even know that his wife was pregnant with their daughter, because it was something that Caroline didn't tell him before he left, to go on this whole big, thing of being a pirate and stuff. But it does hit a chord with them. I guess, Edward is kind of like thinking about, in that moment, so they're looking at the Templars as a family. And it's like, what about my family? And it might make him think, okay, so what about my family, actually? What family do I have? I mean, there's Caroline, but we're separated, and he doesn't know that he has a daughter yet. So he's not thinking, I've got a daughter, so maybe I need to think about what decision to make with my life. Should I still pursue what I want to at the cost of these things, or should I just keep on going, or should I just, you know, stop now and be able to have some kind of family? And so it's a very sort of like interesting situation that Edward is in here. But ultimately, it's not something that makes him decide to go with the Templars or anything like that. But it is food for thought for him as well. And so they've equated the Templars as being family, and that because these other groups didn't do anything for them, that automatically means that the Templars are the best to go with. However, because they've isolated 2 other specific things, but that's not all that there is in the world. There could have been another group that accepted them for who they are. But in their mind, they only had the options of 3, and the third, and one of those 3 being the Templars. They felt that was the best way to go, even though there probably could have been other avenues to go down as well. And then this other character, because I can't remember which one's Burgess and which one's Cockram. You can tell by going into the database entries, and it'll show you the image of them specifically, but I can't even remember. And the other day I even like tried to make note of remembering, okay, so this dude is the one without the headband and this one is the dude with it and all this kind of stuff. But yeah, this other guy is going to also say something to Edward that gives him some food for thought as well.
The Templars is our family. Where's yours?
So it does make Edward contemplate something there. We don't verbally know what he's contemplating, but we can tell that he's been affected in some way to make him think, and what has been said to him there has made him have that reaction. And he has nothing else to say to them. Let's see where the checkpoint puts me, actually. It might put me before that cutscene and stuff.
In honest service, there are thin com.
Just to give something to actually experience new, I'm going to restart the memory now, so that when we get to Burgess and Cockram again, I can actually listen for their dialogue. In that way, I'll be able to showcase their dialogue in full without needing to worry about failing the mission or whatnot. And it's a relatively short mission anyway. Once we destroy these ships and get to where we need to go, we can just run through and get back up to that point again. But this time around, when we hit that cutscene, I won't be stopping it to talk. I mean, I'll probably stop the cutscene of Bartholomew Roberts talking, but as far as the interaction with Edward and Burgess and Cockram is concerned, I won't be stopping that cutscene to talk over it.
Just say the word, Captain.
Don't care for getting materials for ships.
She's
for ship upgrades.
to planks. She's vulnerable there, Captain. Ring. Studs out. Let's get moving.
They're so exposed. Take the sight.
Here we swim. Clues up. Eat her sticks. Change course. Let up.
I don't have the ship fully upgraded, but
Come on, you slugs, man.
whatever upgrades I do have left are either for storage that I'm not worried about, or they're for various other aspects of the ship that I've already gotten to the second last upgrade for. And the last upgrade for each category that I've got left is you need the elite plans and stuff. Yeah, I tried that stepper, but it actually it made a checkpoint after the targets were killed.
Some sort of cargo there, sir.
And I wanted it to go before the conversation that you have with them after you kill them. But a new checkpoint was made. So I had to restart the whole memory so I can cover the dialogue that they say when they just roam around.
Tops. Easy
Ease off the wind! We must be getting close, Captain.
I'm off to find Roberts.
Don't stay long. The crew's getting restless out there.
Imbecile! Não pode escapar!
Already watched that cutscene. Skip that one. I want to get the dialogue that Burgess and Cockram say when they're roaming around.
Volta aqui, otário! Faça ele! Faça ele!
Take only what you can carry, maggots. We're not waiting on no one. Put some muscle in that bustle or we're leaving you behind. Pull up your socks and grab your cocks. This ship is sailing. Oi! Roust yourselves and haul your asses to port. We're weighing anchor. Up with you, mongrel, and lend the bosun a hand. Wake up, man! Take only what you can carry, maggots. We're not waiting on no one. Oi! Roust yourselves and haul your asses to port. We're weighing anchor. Pull up your socks and grab your cocks. This ship is sailing.
Alright, so some of their dialogue now is looping. But let's see if they have any dialogue once they get to their ship. That's different.
Wake up, man! You'll dream all you like after death.
Dashboard!
Merda!
boy! Here!
You done us good, Kenway. Proved yourself a true bravo. And for what? His own bloody pride.
You stepped in the path of my prize. Not a thing a man should do.
A cocksure, Cully. Just like Hornigold said.
That Templar scab means nothing to me. None of you do.
And you're worse for it, Kenway. It were the Templars who took us in when all else went to shit. Not our king. Not our country. The Templars. The Templars is our family. Where's yours?
In honest service, there are thin commons, low wages and hard labor. Yet, as gentlemen of fortune, we enjoy plenty and satisfaction, pleasure and ease, liberty and power. So what man with a sensible mind would choose the former life, when the only hazard we pirates run is a sour look from those without strength or splendor? Ha! Now, I have been among you 6 weeks, and in that time, I have adopted your outlook as my own. And with so fierce a conviction that it may frighten you to see your passions reflected from me in so stark a light. But if it's a captain you see in me now, then, I'll be your bloody captain.
Yeah! Damn it, got the timing wrong. There's a really funny quick smile he does, and I was hoping to fucking freeze frame on it, but of course, because it's me, I couldn't get the timing right. If someone else tried, they'd get it right. Anyway.
For I have dipped my hands in muddied waters, and, withdrawing them, find 'tis better to be a commander than a common man. Oh, man. You flatter me with your persistence.
I'm looking for the observatory. Folks say you're the only man that can find it.
Folks are correct. Despite my distaste for your eagerness, I see in you a touch of untested genius.
That line's interesting. He sees a touch of untested genius. So he says, despite my distaste for your eagerness, I see in you a touch of untested genius. So essentially what he's saying is, I don't like that you're so persistent in wanting to pursue me, because I know that, you want to know about the observatory. But I see in you some potential for some things that maybe I could actually get out of you. Or maybe there's potential in you that I could help you actually meet. Or maybe there's some potential in you that I could make use of, and things like that. And taking up with Bartholomew Roberts is going to give some advantages, i.e. being able to get closer to the observatory and find out firsthand what it actually does. And that's something that we as the player get to see as well, through the eyes of Edward experiencing it. But it is bad because it basically helps set more things up to go wrong. And it's this sort of like domino effect that has been happening for Edward for most of this game's story so far, where there's been things that he's done in the pursuit of getting rich that have ended up either biting him on the arse later or have ended up messing things up for other people and things like that. And this interaction with Bartholomew Roberts here is in some ways Edward making a deal with the devil. And that grin that I tried to pause the screen on is a very devilish grin. So that's why I wished I could pause it on that. But right here, when he says he sees some untested genius, it's enough for him not to want to just either kill Edward right here or abandon him now. but actually humor him in a way and work with him and help him and let him go on this little journey.
I'm Bartholomew Roberts.
Edward.
I've no secrets to share with you now. But if you'll lend me your aid, in 2 months' time west of the Leeward Islands, well, it's there you'll get some answers, I promise you.
It's funny that. With scurvy, the fix is more pleasant than the cause. When you catch a dose from a horn, must treat it with quicksilver. You're fonder of getting the disease than you are of curing it. Something biting at you.
All right, so it's interesting there. It sounds like that Edward is speaking from experience there, not that he's, speaking from having heard of someone going through that. So I guess that can definitely be put towards Edward being unfaithful to his wife at some point, before the point in the story where we see him waking up next to that woman on the table as well. But then again, who's to know when this actually happened? This could have happened to him, before he met Caroline. Who knows? But it could have also happened, after that event that we saw earlier and all that kind of stuff. But this conversation with Bartholomew and what Edward said just there is probably confirmation that he had sexual relations with other women, even though he's still married. Stan, you trust this Bartholomew Roberts person 100%. You think he's a good guy? Oh yeah, he's the best. He's the greatest. He's the awesomest. Anyone who says any different is either a liar or a fool. No, just kidding. Or a simpleton. I thought I'd quote some weems there from Assassin's Creed 3.
All men desire to live by a code or a creed, yes? Yet when pressed, most defer to their instincts rather than the laws that bind them. But what is the appeal of a creed if it does not yoke all men to like behavior?
That's an interesting point as well. That's very much something that the Templars believe. They believe that humanity desires to be controlled. So therefore, since humanity is built to desire some form of control, that the Templars have the right to make it them that are the ones that are in control. But also, this idea that when push comes to shove, some people, even if they're very vocal about something, when push comes to shove, they might still actually go with the other side of things. You know what I mean? So the observation there that Bartholomew Roberts makes is, what good is the appeal of a creed if it does not yoke all men to like behavior? So he's saying there, what is good? What is the point in having a creed of any kind when not everyone, even if they are saying they're going to follow the creed of whatever, that doesn't necessarily mean that that everyone is going to follow that creed and all that kind of stuff, which is a very interesting question as well. And in the series, there's definitely been a lot of characters who betrayed the assassins and became a Templar and all that kind of stuff, even though they make the sacrifice or the oath, or they are put into the position of a member of something willingly. That doesn't mean that they won't or can't go back on their word or anything like that. So there's definitely been characters that you could say, basically decided, hey, you know, fuck this, you know, thing I've been following. I'm going to follow the other thing, you know, and all that kind of stuff. And there's something that Haytham says in Assassin's Creed 3 to Connor about basically all that the Templars need is for humans to be the way that they are. And so with Bartholomew Roberts saying that basically not everyone who follows a creed is going to actually stick with it, that there are some who will actually go against that when push comes to shove. Basically, in some ways, that's in line with the Templars, and how, you know, there's no point in trying to fight against the Templars, because even proponents of the creed can be swayed over and all that kind of stuff as well. But yeah, this whole thing about Bartholomew Roberts and talking about a creed, it obviously can be applied to the assassins and their creed, but it can also be applied to other kinds of creed as well. And if you look up the meaning of what creed actually means, it can mean a system of religious belief, a faith, or a set of beliefs or aims which guide someone's actions. So it's not just explicitly being applied to the assassins and their creed, what he's actually saying here. It's something that can be applied to any kind of creed whatsoever. It just so happens that, of course, we can strongly apply it to the assassins and their creed, because this is an Assassin's Creed game. But that statement that he makes is not strictly speaking about the assassins and their creed. It's like when you have people who are of the same profession, but they call themselves something different. It doesn't change the fact that they're doing the same thing. It just means they've called themselves a different kind of name as well. And so assassins in the Assassin's Creed series aren't all people who are assassins who've taken an oath with the creed, you know. There's assassins who have assassinated people, but they weren't actually part of the assassin group. They were just someone acting on their own, going around killing people, you know. So when something like that gets mentioned in a game like this, there seems to be some sections of the fan base that strictly apply it to the assassins and their creed, where it's not supposed to just be for that, but it's also talking about creeds in general as well. Stan, you think he's a good guy? No way a man with that mustache can be a baddie. Absolutely no way at all, whatsoever.
Might make a man feel like he belongs to something. What's your answer?
Alright, so Edward is like, you know, it might make someone believe that they belong to something. And he's asking Bartholomew Roberts for his answer. But it's a good question that Edward asks as well, because the other thing about humanity is that there's some sense of belonging that that humans want with various things. You know, some people want a sense of belonging that in their family that they belong, or a group of people that they know, they want to feel like they belong, or maybe there's a profession that they want to get into and they want to feel like they belong to something as well. So that's another aspect of humanity that makes up what humans are. And that can also be used in a negative or a positive thing as well. Just like anything, you know, there's always two sides to everything. There's always two different ways of looking at it. And sometimes even more than that, of course, but there can be multiple ways of looking at things. And so Edward is basically saying, hey, you know, well, maybe it's because maybe people want to subscribe to a creed because they want to feel like they belong to something, and that creed or the group who has that creed might be the people that they want to be with, might be something that they strive for. And Bartholomew Roberts, of course, is going to say something else, which is also a part of humanity, where as humans we also can not care whose toes we step on to get certain things done as well. And for some of us, that's something that can be applied to, you know, multiple different things. But, you know, like people who go out of their way to make sure that, for example, other employees in the business end up looking like they're incompetent. But it's because they've done something to make them look that way, not because they actually were incompetent, you know, things like that. So Bartholomew Roberts is going to say something here about how he feels about things.
That all men are sheep, and that an old wolf like me deserves every ounce of blood he draws.
There we go. So that all men are sheep, and that an old wolf like himself deserves every ounce of blood that he draws. So basically he's like, look, everyone is just following things that they feel they should follow, whereas me, I don't care about that stuff. All I care about is what can I actually get out of things. You know, what blood can I draw from things? You know, so he's sort of like someone who's just out for himself, which is a mirror up to Edward, because Edward's goals are very selfish. Even though he may have had intentions of those goals being something that Caroline could benefit from, it's still a very selfish sort of thing. And so Edward has been living that kind of life being a pirate, where he's been doing things to try and further himself. And it's more complex than that, because he hasn't been betraying people left, right, and center to do what he wants. But he has betrayed some people by doing what he wants. And he's very similar in that respect to what Bartholomew Roberts is saying about himself, which is that he's just out for, you know, every ounce of blood that he can get. And that all the other people are just, you know, they're sheep. They're going their own way, doing whatever they want, but they're doing it because they're brainwashed, or they're, you know, believing that what they're following is the way to go and stuff like that. And he's sort of like being almost like an individualist kind of thing, but he's wanting, you know, whatever he can get to as well. So it's always interesting when you have, and he's a villain like this guy, but you could also see Edward as a villain in some ways too. But it's holding up a mirror to Edward, and basically showing that there are similarities between Edward and Bartholomew. And for a time, these similarities are things that Edward follows. So in a way, Edward is following Bartholomew Roberts, and in that way, being a sheep. And Bartholomew Roberts portraying Edward, he has no qualms about doing that, because in his mind, Edward is just like all the other sheep, and that he deserves every ounce of blood that he can get, and so he's not above betraying whoever he needs to or wants to for that end. And Edward is no different in that regard. As in, Edward to him is no different than anyone else who he deems as being just a sheep.
Sail to this location. Bring only those you trust.
That's one of those cutscenes that once it's actually been played, it won't replay even if you replay the previous memory. I think so anyway. I think it's one of those cutscenes. Let's see what updates have happened with the database. Bartholomew Roberts, and if I have a look at my notes, haven't read anything about him yet. Born 1682 in Wales, died not yet. Originally hailing from Wales, little is known about John Roberts, the real name of the man who would come to be known as Black Bart long after his death. Most assume he went to sea at a very young age, at 13 or so, but there is no record of him in any historical documents until his noted appearance in 1718 aboard a merchant ship Barbadian in origin. Just a year later, our picture of Robert's life sharpens considerably. We now know he was pressed into piracy by the notorious Hal Davis while working aboard a slave ship under Captain Abraham Plum. And though Roberts had likely not gone to sea with the intent of becoming a pirate, when the opportunity thrust itself upon him, Roberts was reported to have said, "A merry life and a short one shall be my motto." A few months later, Davis was killed in an ambush on the Portuguese island of Principe, and Roberts was swiftly and unanimously elected to replace him. This was surely a testament to the man's natural charisma and leadership, for he had been a pirate only a few months. It was at this point he took the name Bartholomew, likely naming himself for the infamous Bartholomew Sharp, a pirate of some renown who had disappeared just 2 decades earlier. One of the most intelligent and strategic pirates of the Golden Age, Roberts was a sturdy, handsome man known to dress in fine clothes. A handsome man who carried himself with a dignified but unpretentious air. He had dark hair to match his dark complexion, likely set from the almost 2 decades he had spent at sea. He often carried numerous pistols, each tied to one end of long silk sashes, which he kept slung over his shoulder. His tactical ideas were usually radical, but thoughtfully considered. He never jumped into any scheme rashly, though his ideas seemed almost suicidal to those unacquainted with his methods. Ultimately responsible for the theft of around 400 ships in his 3-year career, he bested every other pirate of the era by a factor of 10 times or more. Although it must be said that at least half these boats were small periaguas and the like. Okay, so I need to check that later, but I can put down that I've read it, check later, and also make a note on what part of this I have read up to. Which starts at his tactical ideas. John Cockram, it just updates their year of death. Although I think they already had their year of death when I read it. Okay, so that's been covered. We're now in sequence 10 of the story. And there's points where the game takes you out of the Animus automatically. But when that doesn't happen after a sequence is finished, I actually go out of the Animus manually to check some stuff. So I'm going to do that now, since we finished sequence 9. Once I've done what I want to do in present day here, I think I'll take a break before jumping back into the main story. Alright, so there's nothing new with this camera, and there's no camera archive to access for that one. Now to go to the top floor with the CCO Olivier Garneau's office, just to check the cameras there to see if there's any new camera archives or such. And nope, not for that camera. Alright, so there's one more set of cameras to check to see if anything's changed visually, or if there's any camera archives to access to see recordings of. When I finished sequence 8, I exited the Animus to do the same checks I'm doing now, and when I checked the cameras on the Sample 17 floor, I was able to access some camera archives that showed a little cutscene of what had transpired earlier on the footage.
Exactly.
30 degrees at one end of the building and fire.
Okay, nothing changed visually. No more new archives to access for that one. Or for that one. Or for that one. And there hasn't been any camera archives for that one yet either. Alright, with those checks done, and because there's no more present day stuff to unlock at this stage yet, I'll be going back into the Animus. But before I do the next sequence of the story, I'm going to take a break.
How does the day find you, Captain?
Alrighty then, while I go on my break, I'm going to leave the game on that screen. I'm using the function on the PlayStation 5 to actually go into the take a screenshot mode. There is a shortcut that you can do to actually just take a screenshot straight away. But if you want to have more options for that, you actually just press the button, whereas you hold it down if you want to actually take a screenshot quickly. But for this playthrough, being able to press that button, it actually pauses the game to the extent that you'll see some things still moving, like the water, but everything else that I need to stay still will actually just stop, including characters' movements, any camera angle, like any camera movements that are happening, and all that kind of stuff. So I may as well take advantage of that as well for going on a break. So I'll leave it on this screen while I go on a break. I'll pin a message to the top of chat. Let's see, so I'm going to make it a 15-minute break. Alrighty then, back from my break. Hey there, Senny. Good day to you, dude. How's things? Just finished sequence 9, so we're on to sequence 10 now. Did some checks in present day for any new cameras, any new camera archives to look at, stuff like that. And having a look at what I've got left, I think what I'll do is do sequence 10, because after sequence 10 there's an automatic taking you out of the Animus, because of course we get to the point where all the hacking's been going on and Abstergo employees are put in the other part of the building. And that way I can end this stream with all that kind of present day stuff. There might be some things I'll unlock that I can finally listen to in full and things like that. So that's what I'll be doing for the rest of the stream. Sequence 10 and then present day stuff. Thanks for the welcome back. It's going good. It's a nice chill Sunday. Excellent. That's good, dude. I'm glad to hear that. Glad you're having a great weekend. We need to go over this way. So let's get things going here.
Captain has the helm.
Get them!
Captain's trick.
Sail! Get off the... Clue up!
Clue up. Clue up. But I haven't got a clue, Captain. I don't know how to clue up. Then you were off the ship. A keel hauling. When we get closer to the mission start, I'll just recap what happened in the previous sequence. I don't think from memory there's much stuff left in the present day to unlock that requires reading. So if I can finish out the stream without having to read stuff, then that will work out well. But I think I've read the big, massive texts that you can read in present day. I think I've covered all of those. Alright, so let's do a recap. Sequence 9, Muddied Waters, in which Mary Read further reproved our hero for seeking the observatory for reasons selfish in nature, whereupon Edward sailed for Kingston in pursuit of a rumour that the sage might be docked there, and whereupon he discovered that the Templars Torres, Rogers, and Hornigold had learned of the sage's departure from Kingston to the African island of Principe, after which Edward made a hasty departure east, offending much of his crew, who preferred simple piracies to treasure hunts, and arriving thus, landed upon Principe to make the acquaintance of the sage, a man now turned pirate and calling himself Captain Bartholomew Roberts. Whereupon Edward Kenway killed 2 Templars sent to capture the sage, the men Burgess and Cockram, thus earning Roberts' full trust. Afro, you just hate getting jumped at by monsters in The Witcher. Like, who would willingly wait for, like, midnight in Spooky Forest to kill a werewolf? Not me, that's who, usually. Yeah, that's the thing. Having to wait out in that time of night for so long as well.
Ah, Captain Kenway. Shall we use your ship for this next scheme or mine?
I'd first hear the details before deciding.
Oh, it's a small gambit. This fount of information has just told me that a nearby galleon contains the treasure I seek. For his sake, I hope he's right.
Okay, so when Bartholomew Roberts says the treasure that he seeks, what he actually seeks is not gold. And Edward is hoping that what they're doing is towards the end of getting rich, as well as, you know, doing what's needed to reach the observatory and all that kind of stuff. But Edward is definitely going to get more than he bargained for with Bartholomew Roberts. And I was saying earlier about how, in a way, it's almost like he's making a deal with the devil, which is ironic because in terms of like pirates who could be considered the devil, Blackbeard was the one that was more talked about by others as being kind of like a devil, you know. But in the case of Bartholomew Roberts, it's a deal with the devil that Edward is making because he's not entirely aware of the big picture, because the big picture is that Bartholomew Roberts is not going to be sharing the observatory with anyone. He may seem to be wanting to do that, but he's only doing that because he feels that in Edward Kenway there's something that he can test with him. But ultimately, it's not with the aim of bringing him to his side or anything like that. So in a way, he's just basically playing a game with him. But the deal with the devil kind of thing comes in where Edward is agreeing to actually work with him to get what he believes will lead to a lot of money for them, but he doesn't yet know that Bartholomew Roberts doesn't have any plans to share with Edward any of the things that they could get from the observatory as well. And this question that he gets asked about, you know, which ship should we choose? In a way, it's kind of like he's trying to make Edward feel as if Edward has some kind of say in some stuff, to kind of like make him feel like they're working together, you know. But it's more like they are working together, but Bartholomew Roberts is only working with Edward out of some kind of like curiosity about, you know, testing his mettle, so to speak. But once he no longer needs any use of Edward, that's when he discards him as well. And Edward realizes that this whole partnership has just been basically it just goes nowhere. He gets betrayed as well, and he's already had, you know, a betrayal like Benjamin Hornigold already, so he knows what it's like to be betrayed. Afro, you always liked Edward's simple need. Money, want to be rich, drive and motivation, nice and simple. Nice and simple, but with dire consequences for certain people. That if his decisions weren't made, things could have ended up differently for them and for him as well.
You've thought this plan through?
Indeed. Using this man, we'll acquire a Portuguese flag, which will get us as close to our target as possible. It's a very simple idea, if you follow my orders to the letter.
Afro, it is what it is. That's it. And some people believe that anything that they can do to get rich is okay, even if it means hurting people or worse.
The jackdaw, then.
Excellent.
We're underway, Roberts. So what's your plan?
The flagship of this fleet is transporting a valuable treasure in a large chest. Crystal phials filled with blood. You may remember.
We're chasing drams of blood. Is that all?
I asked you to follow my instructions to the letter, Captain, but I did not give you leave to question why.
Alright. So the treasure that he seeks is the glass vials that are actually on board the ship, because those glass vials hold the key to being able to access the sort of like eyes and ears of individuals whose blood is inside the vial, and when that vial gets inserted inside the observatory device, it allows the person using the device to actually literally see through the eyes of a person and hear through their ears what they're seeing and hearing at the same time. And so Edward is kind of like, is that what we're doing this for? Just some drams of fucking blood? I thought we were going to go after money, But Bartholomew Roberts isn't necessarily caring about the money. He's caring more about these glass vials. So if there were these glass vials on board and 1,000,000 reals, he would probably still just take the glass vials and leave the reals, Whereas Edward would be like, what the fuck are you doing, So Edward is sort of like, hey, we're doing all this just for some glass vials. I thought we were going to do this for actual treasure or something.
We want those blood vials intact. And if that does not happen, we part as enemies. Do you understand?
I'll try to, aye.
Come off the wind somewhat. Trim to, catch the wind.
There's the thing for us, Captain. You see that ship here? We'll need its flag for this ruse to work.
If I can steal their flag without disturbing so much as a flea, I'll do it.
By all means, try.
I want to listen to the whole exchange.
Come-se falar, Capitão.
Ah, saudações, cavalheiros! E que Deus abençoe ao rei Dom João.
Que Deus o guarde e proteja, senhor. Como se encontra nesta noite tão formosa?
Muito bem, obrigado. Só um pequeno passeio por entre a frota para ver se estão todos em boa forma. Está tudo em ordem por estes lados?
Sim, senhor. Tudo em ordem, senhor. Estamos apenas à espera que o nosso navio almirante seja reabastecido, antes de zarparmos. E julgo que um dos nossos navios mercantes da nossa frota necessita de um novo mastro. Há homens em terra neste momento em busca de uma árvore que sirva de tal propósito.
Têm mercadores por entre vós? Então, quantos julga que serão?
Compõem a maior parte da nossa frota, senhor. Dos nossos 42 navios, diria que mais de 2/3 são embarcações mercantis.
Um número considerável. Nesse caso, não duvido que estejam com receio dos piratas. Então?
Sim, senhor, exatamente. Daí as nossas precauções. Com tantos piratas nestas águas, esta frota necessita de bastante proteção. Não é uma tarefa leve guardar quase 3 dúzias de navios.
Imagino que não.
Peço perdão, senhor, mas não estou a reconhecer o seu navio. Nem sequer transporta a bandeira do rei.
Sim, pois. Falando de piratas, este perigo foi retirado a um bando desses pativos há escassos dias. Ainda não tivemos oportunidade para o reparar.
Excelente trabalho, senhor. Muito bem.
Obrigado, meu jovem. Eu devia deixar-vos regressar aos vossos deveres. Chamem se necessitarem de algo mais.
Assim faremos, senhor. Obrigado, senhor.
Perdoe-me, senhor. Já devia ter perguntado antes. Mas temos um saco de cartas endereçadas a Salvador e São Paulo. Por acaso vai dirigir-se para Sul em breve?
Oh, não. Pelo menos não nos próximos meses. Lamento.
Percebo, senhor. Mas não custa perguntar. Está tudo bem por aí, senhor?
Tudo bem, obrigado. Estou apenas a fazer um reconhecimento antes de zarpar.
I've never actually listened to all that dialogue in its entirety before. I thought I'd do that for this playthrough. Orochi, just an observation, maybe it's just coincidence, maybe not, but everyone who betrayed Edward stay on the left side of him in the ship, while those who stayed loyal on the right side. Hornigold, Roberts on the left. Yeah, I never actually thought about that before, but then again, I'm not really paying attention to characters' positions on the ship deck in that way anyway. But yeah, if that's true, then that's interesting that they did it that way.
Foi prazer falar consigo, jovem. Entregue os meus cumprimentos ao seu capitão.
Certo, senhor. Ele de momento está a dormir. Vai lamentar não ter tido a oportunidade para falar consigo.
É uma pena. Até à próxima. E que Deus vos abençoe.
So we have a situation where those soldiers weren't actually suspicious, but the next grouping that we're going to come across will actually be a bit suspicious. For that part 2, I'm just going to stand there and wait for the dialogue to play out before doing anything.
You got the flag?
Aye, and we're flying it now. This should do nicely.
Loose the mains. I'll keep my distance. Slow and steady.
Aye. The flag we stole won't protect us from eyes that pry too long.
Por favor, senhor. Imploro-lhe que considere aquilo que está prestes a fazer.
Now é possível.
What's he whinging about?
He's not whinging. He's ecstatic.
Clew up, shorten sail. More sail, all we've got. Ease the trim, reef tops. Ease the trim, reef tops. Come off the
Up
wings.
ahead! They're unloading something from that ship.
Could that be our prize? Perhaps you should go ashore, Captain Kenway. Find that chest, and if it contains the prize I seek, bring it here. We'll tell this lot we're a ship rife with plague. They'll not come near then, lest they catch their death.
Admor, podemos falar com o capitão do navio? Olá, olá. É o próprio. Peço perdão pela minha resposta abrupta, mas receio ter mais notícias para transmitir. É possível que estejamos infectados pela peste.
O quê? A peste? Por Deus! Como foi isto acontecer?
Imagino que terá sido mercadoria infectada. Se nos deixarem em paz, por enquanto, encontraremos uma forma de organizar uma quarentena para evitar a contágio.
Certo, senhor. Nós transmitimos a mensagem.
So I can actually hear that dialogue. I'll reload the checkpoint and then make a move earlier.
We'll tell this lot we're a ship rife with plague. They'll not come near then, lest they...
Ó de bordo! Podemos falar com o capitão do navio?
Olá, olá! É o próprio. Peço perdão pela minha resposta abrupta, mas sei ter mais notícias para transmitir. É possível que estejamos infectados pela peste.
O quê? A peste? Por Deus! Como foi isso de acontecer?
Imagino que terá sido mercadoria infectada. Se nos deixarem em paz, por enquanto, encontraremos uma forma de organizar uma quarentena para evitar a contágio.
Certo, senhor. Nós transmitimos a mensagem. A peste? O capitão daquele brigue diz que estão afetados pela peste. O que vamos fazer?
Rafael! Desperta uns quantos homens e remem até aquele brigue. Eles dizem que foram atacados pela peste, mas eu quero vê-los mais de perto. O que está aquele brigue a fazer ali? Tem a nossa bandeira, mas acho que nunca o tinha visto antes.
Atenção àquele navio. Tem estado ali parado há algum tempo, sem motivo para tal.
Ouvi uma história sobre um espanhol que veio visitar o nosso almirante. Cá, para mim, cheira-me a traição.
Sim, ouvi dizer que se chamava Torres. Tempos estranhos estes, em que um espanhol pode andar a passear pelo convés de um dos nossos vasos de guerra.
Por muito que amaldiçoe a Marinha, a verdade é que nos faz bem à disciplina. Um convés deve ser organizado e tão limpo como o rabo de uma baleia. Por isso não é por rancor que o capitão nos coloca a esfregá-lo. É senso comum.
coming up, there's some dialogue you can actually miss because you're required to press the button that you press when there's like an event to see, like a whale jumping up out of the water or something. And we're going to pass by a shipwreck, and if you don't actually interact with the prompt when it appears, there's dialogue that you actually can miss. And it's dialogue that actually has something later which references back to it. And it's related to something that Edward says that then later on Bartholomew Roberts repeats to him, except in more of a mocking kind of way. And it's only something that you can kind of like recognize if you hear the first instance of it this early versus just hearing the later thing. So for this playthrough, I definitely want to make sure I trigger that dialogue here, and then that way later on in the game story, I can talk about the connection again between what's going to be said here and what gets said later.
The chest they hauled ashore was full of empty vials. Where's our Portuguese captain?
He had outlived his usefulness.
Where is he?
Sleeping soundly at the bottom of the sea.
How many men must we kill for a simple prize?
As many as drift into our path.
Look on that, Captain. Men who ran the same gauntlet and lost their way.
We're made of sterner stuff, are they?
How often?
Damn it, I forgot he says how often. I'm going to have to reload the checkpoint for this part. So yeah, when he said, we're made of sterner stuff, Addy, he sort of whispers it, but Bartholomew Roberts actually most likely hears him say it. But Adewale is kind of like saying, hey, you know, this person or these people on this ship, you know, how many more people have been on this same path and encountered that same kind of problem? And Edward is kind of like, you know, we're made of sterner stuff, Addy. And later on, Bartholomew Roberts is like, I suspect you're made of sterner stuff. As kind of like a mocking rendition of that same quote, but back to Edward later. So that's what I wanted to point out. If you don't press the button to interact with that event, when it pops up, you won't actually hear that sterner stuff dialogue from Edward. But if you do, then it's a perfect kind of like connection to what Bartholomew Roberts says later to Edward, saying the same thing but with a different context and tone.
One of those been a
More sail. All we've got.
Look on that, Captain. Men who ran the same gauntlet and lost their way.
We're made of sterner stuff, are they?
How often have those been a sailor's last words, I wonder?
Clew up, shorten sail. Let's get moving. Trim to, catch the wind.
Our treasure must be aboard that galleon. Why don't you take the ship itself and save us a bit of time?
Aye, that's the way I'd play it.
I can bring the jackdaw closer, but those lookouts will be a problem.
Well spotted. I'll clear them off first.
Estou cansado desta rotina. E também não estou ansioso pela viagem de volta a Lisboa.
Ouviste falar do que aconteceu àqueles piratas britânicos em Nassau? Dom Jorge enviou um dos seus homens para os tirar de lá. E parece que ele fez um bom trabalho.
Não tenho vergonha em dizer que esta é uma bela noite. E têm sido raras este mês.
Ele está a tentar despistar-nos, idiota!
É a tripulação do Estibórdio que está a fazer o tour nesta noite? Ou foste tu ontem? Por Deus, estou a perder a conta aos dias.
Maria Cher! Não se pode jogar às cartas no convés!
Coming up, there's going to be a line of dialogue that Bartholomew Roberts says, "There's nothing like the hot winds of hell blowing in your face," which is one of several references to the Secret of Monkey Island game. In that game, the villain, LeChuck, says the same quote, a game which came out in 1990. He says, "There's nothing like the hot winds of hell blowing in your face."
Hey! Potato!
Rex, passa aqui!
We've been spotted. Took them long enough.
To quarters all, man the cannons! Every last hand!
On your command, Captain! Let's hear the roar of this beast!
Mains out, let's go! Loose all and trim sharp to the wind! Clear!
I think it's cracked a spar.
Powder low! Monkey! Fight for what is owed, you lads! Here it comes!
Damn it! The ring's coming loose!
I've hit us, sir! Taking damage here! Incoming fire! Enemy fire! We're just about flotsam, Captain! They are firing, sir! Pull, man! Come on! Enemy fire!
the warden, Nick.
More swamp water!
They land another word!
Incoming fire!
That's interesting. Not fighting back doesn't cause the dialogue to play, where he says nothing like the hot winds of hell blowing in your face. Unless it's tied to music music volume. Hey there, Grace. Good time zone to you as well. Welcome on in. I'm trying to clip the quote.
Tops! Gallants! Royals! Studs! Fire!
Fight for what is owed you, lads!
Fire! Fire! Fire!
Nothing like the hot wind!
Alright, cool. I want to try and get it cleanly without any sound effects happening over it.
Loose all! Let's move! Fire!
Fight for what is owed you, lads!
Fire! Reef in all tops! Fire! Fire! Fire!
Nothing like the hot winds of hell blowing in your face!
There we go, got it. Now to clip it. Alright, so I've clipped that moment. Another Monkey Island reference. Hey there, Lucinda. Good morning to you. Welcome on in. Black Flag is going great. Up to sequence 10. Once I finish this sequence, I'm going to concentrate on present day stuff, because we get taken out of the Animus automatically. And then, once I cover what I'm going to cover, I'll be ending the stream. Hey Godfather, welcome on in. Rod the Pirate God. Not sure I'd agree with that, but welcome on in. Grace, you don't know that we get as far as a god. Fire! We do respect him as the best zombie captain who ever led a horde of undead at sea.
Fight for what is owed you, lads!
Fire!
Good thing, though, I'm not allergic to root beer, though.
Nothing like the hot winds of hell blowing in your face!
Fire!
Clew's down! Cancel! Fire! Hold down! Fire! As much sail as you can! Unfurl mains! Let's move!
Here's my prize! Ah, the Templars have been busy, I see. Lawrence Prince's blood. Useless now.
I've got to do this again if I reload the checkpoint there. There's something I wanted to point out in that cutscene, but I paused it when the dialogue hadn't finished yet. Or rather, when their other dialogue was just about to start.
Fire!
Fight for...
Fire!
Nothing like the hot winds of hell blowing in your face!
Fire!
Stan, Black Flag was your most watched game in 2023 Twitch recap. You wonder why. Well, probably a combination of things. In terms of playthroughs, this is my 7th this year that I remember. In terms of streams, there's also the unique playthrough streams. That, plus whenever I've been streaming the game, you've chosen to watch the stream.
Fire! 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 Reef the topsails and gallants! Fire! Give me some speed! Douse all but mains! Let out some sail! Fire! Fire! Trim the yards off the wind! Douse the royals and tops! Haul down and clew up! Get the mains free! Studs out! Let's get moving! Get the mainsails into the wind! Ease off the wind! Douse all sail! Loose mainsails!
Here's my prize. Ah, the Templars have been busy, I see. Lawrence Prince's blood. Useless now.
Alright, so the reason I had to reload the checkpoint is because I wanted to actually pause here and say something, but I wasn't able to get the timing right before, and I actually paused when Bartholomew Roberts was about to say the words useless, it's useless now. Didn't realize that that's where it would put me after reloading the checkpoint. But anyway, now that we're actually up to this point, so these glass vials that Bartholomew Roberts wants, the blood inside them, in this particular case, that's the blood of Lawrence Prince, who is a character that we've already killed, which is why Bartholomew Roberts is saying that that vial with his blood in it, Lawrence Prince's blood in it, is useless now. Because when someone is dead, there's no point in trying to see through their eyes and hear what they can hear. In this time period, that is. So, that glass vial with Lawrence Prince's blood in it, because when you put blood into one of those vials and then you put that vial into the observatory device, and then it actually shows you what that person is actually seeing and you can hear what they're hearing, it means that there's no point in using that anymore. However, in terms of like the future time period from Edward's time, using new technology, they would be able to actually analyze that blood and then be able to put that into the Animus, so someone could experience the memories of Lawrence Prince if they wanted to. So this is what Bartholomew Roberts is after. He's after the glass vials that are actually on this ship. And Edward was expecting there to be money and stuff. So at the start of this mission, when Bartholomew Roberts tells him about the glass vials, Edward is like, oh, what? We're just doing this to get the glass vials and all that kind of stuff. And then Bartholomew Roberts was basically like, hey, you know, this is what I'm after. And if any of these aren't intact, we part as enemies, which is foreshadowing what happens anyway. But in working together, Edward has kind of made a deal with the devil, but he doesn't yet know what is going to be the end result of that deal. And so Edward is thinking that if he helps Bartholomew Roberts with what he needs help with, that Bartholomew Roberts is going to allow him to enter the observatory. Now, from that point, Edward, who has seen the observatory as this big gold mine, in the sense of, if I can get to the observatory, then maybe I can sell it and get rich. And with that money, go back to England and show that I'm now a man of quality, and prove to Caroline, my wife, and prove to her parents that I'm actually someone who is worth the wait for in all this time it's taken to get it. That's his lofty goal that he's been going towards. Which at first his intentions might have been to make sure that he has enough money for himself and Caroline, but it devolves into a selfish pursuit of money. And with him joining forces with Bartholomew Roberts, he's hoping that he's going to see some money come out of this. So that's why he's disappointed when he gets told that they're actually going after this ship because of the glass vials. And Bartholomew Roberts is going to actually allow Edward to go and see the observatory as well. And there's something that Bartholomew Roberts will actually say to Edward later, which is, you know, basically he says, what are your plans, you know, with the observatory? Are we going to use it together to bolster our gains, or are you going to sell it from underneath me? And so putting that to Edward, Edward is like, you know, whichever it is, you know, kind of stuff. But that's going to happen later, and I'll be able to talk back to this point that I was just talking about now when we get to that point. But now we've found the glass vials on the ship, and that's one that's useless now because the person whose blood is inside it is actually dead. So there's no way that they can actually make use of it.
Woods Rogers, Ben Hornigold, even Torres himself. Small quantities kept for a special purpose.
You must take...
I just have to accept it. I paused it at the wrong fucking time again. I'm not going to redo that whole gameplay section again. Alright, the reason I'm stopping there is because the other blood vials are actually of Templars that are still alive. So we're going to be able to see through the eyes of Woodes Rogers later when Bartholomew Roberts puts the glass vial with Woodes Rogers' blood inside it into the observatory device and see through his eyes and ears. So they do have some blood that is going to be beneficial for Bartholomew Roberts at least, and conceivably he'd be able to use that to know where they are at all times to, you know, maybe plot against them or be able to evade them if they're still going to try and, you know, capture him. Because the Templars are still wanting to get into the observatory, and they know that the blood of the Sage is what is going to actually get them access to that.
Me to the observatory, Roberts. I need to know what it is.
To what end, eh? Will you sell it from under my nose? Or work with me and use it to bolster our gain?
Whatever improves my lot in life.
How ridiculous. A merry life and a short one, that's my motto. It's all the optimism I can muster.
There we go. So that's that exchange. Bartholomew Roberts, in a way, is testing Edward here because he's trying to figure out what Edward's ultimate intentions are. Now, if Edward was to say, "Hey, I want to work with you. I'm going to, you know, be under your command," maybe things would have turned out differently. But because Edward has responded in that way, I believe that it's one of the reasons why Bartholomew Roberts ultimately wants to betray Edward. Aside from the fact that he probably doesn't want too many people knowing about the observatory in terms of, like, what it can actually do as well. But Edward's goal is to sell the observatory because he's thinking of the dollar signs that could happen as well. Hey, Shillerlock, welcome back.
All right, Captain Kenway. You've earned a look.
All right, Captain Kenway, you've earned a look. He doesn't say you've earned the right to be able to use the observatory as you see fit, but he's able to have a look at it. That's as far as Bartholomew is going to tell Edward. He's not going to obviously reveal just yet that he's going to betray Edward. I don't think it'll let me actually read it before doing it. So now that I've done that mission, that was Memory 1 of Sequence 10, Black Bart's Gambit. Searching for an important but unspecified treasure, Bartholomew Roberts compels Edward to sail among a massive fleet of Portuguese ships and steal one. Schiller, or the right to look and leave. Yeah, he doesn't say, you know, you're going to get the right to look and then just, you know, go on your merry way either. Memory 2, Murder and Mayhem. Edward is forced to track down and attempt to kill his old friend Benjamin Hornigold to prevent him from finding the observatory. While I'm travelling to this spot, I'm going to grab a new drink.
trained to block and tackle after that.
Can you feel it, Addy? We're moments away from the grandest prize of all.
I feel nothing but a hot wind in my ears, Captain.
That's a great quote by Adewale. So Adewale at this point is still against the fact that Edward wants to pursue things with Bartholomew Roberts and also to continue the pursuit of the observatory. And he doesn't say it right now, but he is going to tell Edward that Edward should actually work with the assassins instead to actually protect the place instead of trying to exploit it and use it for financial gain as well. And why is the broadcast paused on my end? Oh, yeah, sorry. Because I paused the fucking thing. I wonder why. But yeah, so Adewale is almost at the point where he's going to be abandoning Edward because he's getting fed up with Edward's pursuit of the observatory and riches and all that kind of stuff in this way. And so Benjamin Hornigold is a Templar, and because Edward wants to kill Benjamin Hornigold, it's one of those loose ends that he's wanting to tie up as well. And just trying to think. Yeah, once he assassinates Benjamin Hornigold, it is the last of the actual pirates who became Templars that Edward kills. I believe it is anyway. He doesn't kill Charles Vane when he assassinates him. Charles Vane doesn't become a Templar. But Benjamin Hornigold becomes a Templar, and Burgess and Cockram, who are pirates, become a Templar as well. So yeah, Benjamin Hornigold is the last of the pirates who became a Templar that Edward is going to be assassinating in this mission. But Adewale's progression through this story has definitely been interesting, and I wanted to make sure that I wasn't just talking about Edward's progression and everything. I mean, I've talked about Mary Read's progression and all that kind of stuff too, but I also wanted to talk about Adewale's evolution throughout the story of the main game and how there's things that are foreshadowing and setting up what happens in the DLC, Freedom Cry, with Adewale and being an assassin, and the ideals that they have, which he sees as being something that he wants to follow in, which is one of the reasons why he abandons Edward, because in the assassins he can see a path that he actually wants to take, and he would rather work with the assassins to protect the observatory than actually work with Bartholomew Roberts and exploit the observatory. And another way to look at it is Edward is so blinded by his lofty goals and pursuits that wise words from Adewale are falling on deaf ears, unfortunately. And it makes you wonder if Edward had actually listened, maybe what's about to transpire in this memory, and after it's finished, might not have actually transpired.
Come on, man. When we take this treasure, we'll be set for life, all of us. 10 times over.
As you wish.
Ahoy, Roberts! We'll cast anchor and meet ashore.
You were followed, Captain Kenway. How long for, I wonder?
It's Hornigold!
Burn and flay that turncoat.
Deal with your old friend in haste, Captain, before I regret my favor to you.
Captain, think carefully about what you mean to do here.
What are you grousing about, Ade? It's Ben Hornigold, come to kill us out there.
Aye, and the traitor needs to die. But what then? Can you say with certainty that you would deserve the observatory more than he and his Templars?
No, I can't, and I don't care to try. But if you've a better idea, by all means, tell me.
Forget working with Roberts. Tell the assassins. Bring them here and let them protect this place.
Aye, I'll bring them here. If they're willing to pay me a good sum for it.
And there we go. See, Edward is still so blinded by his pursuit of money that wise words from Adewale are falling on deaf ears, But then you could say that the ears that Edward has for ways of making money is hearing, you want me to go with the assassins, huh? Well, if they're going to pay me a lot of money, maybe I might. And Adewale's reaction there is definitely understandable as well. Listen, it takes Edward a while to grow up in this, but you love his character development. Same here as well, you know. The things that he goes through in pursuit of his own personal gains at the expense of so many other things is something that ultimately becomes part of his regrets. I was saying earlier, especially after the sequence with Charles Vane, where after you quote-unquote assassinate him, he says to, Edward says, you know, maybe Benjamin Hornigold is right. You know, maybe men of vision should be listened to like the Templars. You know, he's basically talking about them. Like he's positing, he's not actually confirming or saying that he's going to join the Templars, but he's just contemplating what they're saying. You know, and Charles Vane is like, you know, or maybe you don't have the stones to live with no regrets as well. Which is ironic because that's something that Edward ends up having a lot of. Regrets for not being able to get to Blackbeard in time to stop him from being killed. Regrets in not being able to actually have Mary survive and be able to work for the assassins with her. You know, regrets at not being able to see his wife before she died and not knowing that he had a daughter or knowing his daughter for years and years. You know, all these sorts of regrets that he ends up having and stuff like that, which has all sprouted from his desire to be rich at any cost, or almost any cost, I should say, because there are lines that he doesn't want to cross as a character. But it's in his pursuit of these things that he loses all this other stuff that he doesn't realize the importance of until it's actually gone. And that's something that, you know, is applicable to real life. You know, there's some things that people will regret and some things that they wish they could have done, but they never have the chance anymore to do it. Once they've gone past that point, then there's no way to, you know, resolve that or anything like that. So Edward, in his pursuit of all this, is well and truly living the everything is permitted part of the Assassin's Creed literally, which is not how it's supposed to be taken. But he's not an assassin, but he doesn't have any respect for the assassins or their cause, not because he's siding with the Templars, but just because he'd rather be a carefree pirate going around doing as he pleased and not having to answer to anyone. And not that everyone has to answer to someone, as in, like, you should let someone control your life and you're only allowed to answer to them, but in the sense of having people to answer to or be held accountable for things by, and things like that. And so all these sorts of things are feeding into Edward's character arc, and he does eventually realize all these mistakes he's made. Some he can't actually fix specifically, but there's things that he endeavors to do that he can actually work towards and achieve as well. And that's all part of his whole character arc. And I think it's probably one of the best character arcs in the whole video game, like in a video game, I would say. And so now we have Benjamin Hornigold that we have to deal with. And Adewale's been making some really good points. If Bartholomew Roberts hadn't betrayed Edward and left him for dead, I don't know... well, he didn't really leave him for dead. He actually wanted to be paid the bounty that was on Edward's head. But in any case, I wonder what would have happened if things that are about to happen didn't actually happen. But Adewale, after all this, is able to rescue the jackdaw and salvage it and all that kind of stuff. And luckily for Edward, he eventually is able to get back to the jackdaw. But by that point, that's when Adewale is like, no, I'm sorry, Edward. You know, this is where I part ways with you in being your quartermaster, and I'm, you know, going to become an assassin now.
Let out some sail!
We ride...
We must tread lightly. These waters are well guarded, sir. We'll have a hard fight if Hornigold draws us any deeper into this fog. We're nearing the Devil's Backbone.
You mean them crags that look like the backbone of a beast?
Aye. El Espinazo del Diablo, the Spaniards call it. Douse those gallons! Haul! Haul!
I can't repeat what Adewale said, but I've always loved the sound of what he says there in Spanish.
Every last
Not far now, Captain.
So on Monday, I'm going to be doing a playthrough of Mirror's Edge. I can't wait to replay that game. I'm so happy I'll be able to fit it into the schedule before the year ends to celebrate its 15th anniversary. It's a short game overall, especially if you're not worried about getting all the collectibles.
Douse the royals and tops!
So my plan is to do 2 back-to-back playthroughs in the same stream. Actually, no, I'll separate the streams just in case people who are watching the VOD later don't want to actually watch the playthrough where I do the game with only the music. You never seen Mirror's Edge before, Lucinda? It's a really cool game. When I played GTA 4 for the first time in 2008, I asked my friend if they knew of any other games that had parkour in it, because I was curious about Assassin's Creed, and there was running and jumping that you could do, of course, in GTA 4. And I was running across a building in that game, and I was like, oh, I wonder how many games there are that have parkour in it. And I was like, oh, here's one that that is coming out called Mirror's Edge. And so I checked it out, and I thought that looks really cool. A first-person platforming parkour game. Orochi, the spine of the devil. Yeah, the devil's backbone. Yeah. But I mean to say I can't speak Spanish, so I don't know how to say in Spanish what that was. But I also know that there's a movie by Guillermo del Toro called The Devil's Backbone.
Shorten sail! Get off the squall! Fire!
Making all eight. Look, Captain!
There's Hornigold. Getting close.
Give the order, sir! Incoming fire! Damn it, the ring's coming loose! Fetch young Tom, hurry! Fire!
Take the shot, sir!
Fire!
Right! Put him back!
We're gonna hit
We're
him!
in close quarters here. Careful you don't run us aground.
There's a good shot to cripple her!
Fire!
On your mark, Captain!
Fire!
Can you do this, brother? Is your heart up for it?
Truth be told, I was hoping the sea would swallow him up and see the job done for me.
Mind you don't fail me! Fire!
She's vulnerable there!
Almost ready, sir!
I will be coming back.
Lucinda, okay, Rod, it's time for you to go on your errands. I know you'll be ending soon. I hope you have a great rest of the stream. Thank you so much, Lucinda. I absolutely will. I hope that your errands go well. Thank you so much for being here. Would like to recommend people check out Lucinda's channel. Lucinda is a great streamer. She's playing through Eternal Evil, which I believe will be her first time playing through that game. Is also playing through the Assassin's Creed series, currently playing through Assassin's Creed Odyssey. Also has plans to play Assassin's Creed Valhalla and Mirage after that as well. She is alternating between different games week to week. So this week it's Eternal Evil, and then next week it'll be back to Assassin's Creed Odyssey. Is also a fan of Resident Evil as well as The Last of Us and the Evil Within series. Also a fan of Dishonored and also the Dying Light series as well. So highly recommend checking out Lucinda's channel. And no worries for the shout out, Lucinda. No worries at all. Thanks for being here. Hope your errands go well. And yeah, I'll be finishing the stream once we do the final memory of Sequence 10 and then some present day stuff. Thanks for being here. I hope you have a good one. I'm going to listen to Benjamin Hornigold's dialogue in full. May as well get this message in a bottle, because in terms of like the information in it, I need to read all of that once I get them all.
It's a mighty piss-poor sailing back there, lads. And if we live out this day, by God, I'm flaying every last bitch of you. Steady up, and keep your backs together, lads. This fight ain't over.
Stop, I tell you. Halt!
I know this bastard, and I've seen what he can do. He'll be after me, sure as I'm standing here. Hold your ground, and be ready for anything. You could have been a man who stood for something. But you've a killer's heart now. With nothing but medals to show for all your blunders.
Damn sight better than you, Ben. The heart of a traitor. who thinks himself better than his mates.
Die!
That line. So, Benjamin Hornigold becoming a Templar, even though Edward is not on the Templar side, and even though he's not actually against the Templars per se, because Benjamin Hornigold was someone that he sailed for a long time with and was friends with, in his mind, him joining the Templars is still a betrayal. And so he's feeling betrayed by Benjamin Hornigold, but Hornigold is fine with his decision. In his eyes, Edward is the type of person that the Templars need to make sure aren't in the world. And he's fully become a Templar, so there's no kind of like potential redemption for him or anything like that. And Benjamin Hornigold is about to say, "Aye, and proven true, what have you done since Nassau fell? Nothing but murder and mayhem." And so partly that is true as well about what Edward has actually been doing. But Edward hasn't been going around killing innocent people and stuff. But he has been going around killing, soldiers and all that kind of stuff. Nassau falling is, of course, because of everything that went down with the state of the place and the British government and stuff, and the king wanting to take over Nassau and all that kind of stuff. And that's where Benjamin Hornigold decided that he wanted to take the pardon for pirates that were being given it. And as a result, he ended up siding with the Templars as well. So with this in mind, it's understandable why Edward is so pissed off at Benjamin Hornigold. And there's a line that's coming up, which is my favorite, one of my favorite line deliveries that Matt Ryan does as Edward Kenway in this game. The intensity, the anger, the hatred that you can feel in the line delivery is so genuine that you think it's not Matt Ryan in that moment playing Edward. It's actually Edward really saying it from beyond the fictional realm. And we just get to, hear him say it in that respect. But it's just such a great moment of intensity and emotion from Edward that's coming up.
And proven true. What have you done since Nassau fell, huh? Nothing but murder and mayhem.
You threw in with the very kind we once hated!
No! These Templars are different. I wish you could see that. But if you continue on your present course, you'll find you're the only one walking it. With the gallows at its end.
The gallows don't actually wait for Edward. That's not his fate. However, there is a certain point that Edward is, headed towards that. And at that point, he is the only one, on his own walking it. But that's not his fate, though, as well. But Benjamin Hornigold is kind of like trying to basically, with his last words, find some way to one-up Edward by saying, in your pursuit of everything, you're going to be the only one who's walking that path. And at the end of that path is going to be your death, getting hanged.
It may be. But now the world has one less snake in it. And that's enough for me.
Alright, so I've been thinking about it, and I'm actually going to not finish sequence 10 before ending the stream, because I need to actually go around and collect all those messages in a bottle, because I don't want to do it on stream. and I don't want to take the time to do it. If I continue with the rest of this sequence, I'll be locked into the present day section, in the sense of, if I try to go back into the Animus when we get to the next present day section, I won't actually be able to go straight into exploration off stream. So I need to make sure that I'm not getting to that point, so that off stream I can load this game up, and from this point fast travel around the game world and collect all the messages in a bottle that I haven't collected yet. And then at the start of the next stream of this, what I can do is finish out the sequence and then do the present day stuff and continue on. And at the same time, that will allow me to do a lot more stuff in one stream from start to finish, because we're almost finished through the main story in terms of like Edward's time period. This is sequence 10 out of 12. Once I finish sequence 10, we'll be taken out of the Animus automatically, and then once we do what we can do in the present day, what I want to do is hack all the stuff that I can do and all that kind of stuff. So this is where I'm going to end the stream of Assassin's Creed Black Flag. I just want to thank everyone so much for watching. The next stream of this won't be until next Saturday, which puts it at the 23rd of December. And the next stream that you'll see from me will be Mirror's Edge 1, that is. The game that came out in 2008. Not Mirror's Edge Catalyst, but the first Mirror's Edge is what I'll be playing. Doing a playthrough to celebrate its 15th anniversary. Going to be playing through the game from start to finish, not doing anything special, as in not collecting all the items and all the collectibles and stuff. Then the second playthrough will be back to back again, but playing with just the music in that game. I just want to thank everyone so much for watching this stream. I really appreciate it. The only thing that I'll do off stream for this game will be going around the game world and getting the messages in the bottle that I haven't gotten yet, because there's things about that I want to actually read as part of the playthrough, and I'd rather collect all that off stream, especially for this playthrough, because it is primarily story focused as well. Before I end though, I just want to give some shout outs. Would like to highly recommend people check out Crocodiles, who is a big fan of Assassin's Creed. He's doing a series playthrough without the HUD, can't fast travel, and can only look at the map a certain amount of times per game, doing a very different kind of immersive challenge with that series. He's currently up to Assassin's Creed... hang on, did he finish 3? I think he finished Assassin's Creed 3, and we'll be doing, I think, Black Flag next. But in any case, he's doing that kind of challenge with all the Assassin's Creed games. He's also playing through The Witcher 3 on the hardest difficulty and without the HUD as well. Also, definitely recommend checking out Grace, who is playing games like Stardew Valley. Is also a streamer that does just chatting from time to time as well. Another great streamer who is very entertaining and also very good at what they do. And also highly recommend checking out Shillerlock. He's playing Assassin's Creed 2, doing a playthrough where if he dies, he has to start the game from the start. And unfortunately, he's had to do that at least once so far. Well, hopefully that's the only time. I don't want to jinx you, touch wood. But he's doing that kind of challenge with Assassin's Creed 2. And he also plays a lot of the other games in the series as well. And he's also a fan of the horror series, The Dark Pictures anthology by Supermassive as well. So highly recommend checking out Crocodiles, Grace, as well as Schiller also. and Grace and Sheila, absolutely no trouble for the shout-outs. More than happy to give you guys some shout-outs. Thank you so much. I hope that you both have a good one as well. Thanks everyone for watching. We're going to go and raid out to Gizlek, who's playing Like a Dragon Gaiden, the man who erased his name. Here's a general raid message that people can feel free to use. Here's a raid message with some free follower emotes. And there's also one that subscribers can use. For the Mirror's Edge playthrough, while that's happening, I've got a animated emote of Faith for that. Just want to thank everyone so much for watching. If you see me streaming Mirror's Edge 1, then you know it's become Monday for me here in Australia. The next stream of this will be next Saturday. Thanks for watching. Hope you all have a good one.